in the CW extension, or are you actually in the Northgate Village Apartments now?
Well, I can tell you it's been a very, very dangerous and extremely fast pursuit. They've been chasing that van right there. Now,
it's exactly what he's doing. Are you Googling the laws right now?
Henderson Police Department's SWAT team responded to the scene and set up a perimeter around the condominium.
I travel in and out of time zones.
And the 3 key rules for a criminal defense lawyer? Always on time, impeccably dressed, and occasionally sober.
The yellow sports car up ahead won't stop. Then, something happens you might expect in a Spider-Man movie. It wraps around the tire of the fleeing vehicle and stops all forward motion.
Objection, action answered.
I mean, he leaps over the fucking bench.
No, the thing is, that's my property. You have no choice.
Actually, I do, because I found friggin' Xanax bars on your driver's seat. If you want to explain something, explain those.
Cops get very frustrated when you don't answer their questions.
No.
Step back for
He's gonna go straight. There's a car right here. Got him.
All right, I'm going to excuse everyone. Mr. Brooks is being removed from the courtroom.
This is fucking hilarious. So he pulls out a joint in court.
Go, 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 go.
Turn on your stomach! Stop fighting us! Stop resisting!
The injury by the police, that may be a separate issue for you to file a civil suit.
Chris, just while he's doing that, talk to me. What were you running for again? Warrants? On felony warrants? City warrants what?
Felony warrant on Kansas.
Well, I'm pretty sure they ran you, and you don't have any warrants.
I don't.
No.
No warrants.
No. So all that for nothing, right? No warrants, no nothing.
Yeah.
Police! A little farther back. A little more. Okay, go.
I'm not gonna sit here and let you fix the trial because you don't want to tell the truth to the jury.
We're there, guys. Got eyes on.
I want to suck it. Yes, I think I would like to suck your dick. I don't think so.
I prefer not to.
I prefer not to, sir. See, that I love that.
So do you wish to say anything?
No, ma'am.
All right, thank you.
Well, hello, yo-yo. Welcome back. Welcome back. Did you miss me? You did. I know you did. Even just a little bit. Because I missed you. And you. And you. And you up the back there too. And sit down at the front so everyone can see. Hello, welcome back. Defense Rest here. The defense that never rests here. Welcome back. We're doing day 25 in the afternoon of the Karen Reid trial. And we will be doing the full coverage of, or the recap of the coverage of day 26 as well. We have a few, little bit of fireworks here, there, and everywhere, and it's an educational stream tonight. I think there's a lot of technical data, a lot of concepts we need to get our heads around. So I've done a little bit of research and I've put a few things together to help try and get everyone to understand all the mechanisms behind the forensic extractions and why there is such controversy in the text messages and the timestamps and all the data. Why the confusion, basically? So we left off last Friday with Alan Jackson being absolutely furious with Adam Lally, and he had every right to be. So they have put their supposed crash reconstruction expert up on the stand, and lo and behold, he has changed his testimony. So they excuse the jury, and Jackson does, for the rest of the afternoon, a voir dire to the witness so that he knows exactly what he's going to testify to. So we're going to cover that first up, and then the cross-examination begins for the next day, day 26, which was yesterday. What's today? It's Tuesday here for me, so yes, it was day 26 anyway. It's too late in the night for me to do maths. So, yes, he was furious. Day 26, we start off with his cross-examination, which is just, yeah, if the ground could have opened up for Joe Paul, I think he would have gladly jumped on in. So he gets destroyed on the stand by Jackson. And then we move on to the next witness, who is Ian Whiffen. Now, he is the manager for, he's the decoding manager, basically, for Celebrite. So he goes through all the steps necessary and what's involved in a forensic extraction of the mobile phones and the metadata. But he does it in a very clear, concise, and credible way. He makes it easier to understand, and but they've put these two experts up. So the first Celebrate expert was Jessica Hyde. We had Friday morning. Now they're both excellent and experienced in their areas of their parts of the forensic extraction. Whereas, so combined, they have, a great understanding and a comprehensive knowledge, but separately, they perform two different functions if you listen closely. So Jessica Hyde is excellent and experienced in reading and analysing and interpreting forensic reports that have been extracted. Whereas this witness coming on today, Ian Whiffen, he is involved in maintaining, reprogramming, and making sure that the extraction tool itself, the programmable tool itself, is up to date and keeping up with the times. So he actually writes the programs that can go into the iOS system or the Android and extract the data that is needed. So it's two completely separate jobs, basically. So that's where we go with him. And I've got a little bit of a video that that will explain it a lot better and why the first forensic extraction from Jen McCabe's phone didn't show all those deleted texts and phone calls and whatnot. There's a logical and reasonable and clear explanation for it all, which we'll get to. Then, after him, we have Ian. Then we get another IT. He is Trooper Nicholas Guarano. He's from the Massachusetts State Police, and he is also a forensic analysis, basically, so data analysis. And he was responsible for the extraction of data from Karen's car, basically, or the lack of extraction of data from Karen's car, because miraculously her reverse camera wasn't working. Funny that. It's only just a brand new Lexus LX 570, but anywho, all right, I think we should get into it. So we're starting off with the voir dire of the alleged expert crash reconstruction witness from the Commonwealth, Joe Paul. He is a state trooper, and let's have a listen to what Jackson's got to say.
respect to have you had occasion to see a ring video from Mr. O'Keefe's house on One Meadows Avenue depicting the defendant or the defendant's vehicle backing out of a garage while snow was falling?
Yes.
Now, in addition to that, as you've already testified to, you made observations of the defendant's vehicle in the Canton Police Department garage on February 1st. Is that correct?
Yes.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, may we play the video at this time?
Yes.
Your Honor, to save time, I'll stipulate to the video.
I want to see it for purposes of this voir dire. And in fact, I'd like to see the version that the defendants have with the focusing in on the tire.
Understood.
Both. Go ahead, Ms. Gilman. You show yours, and then I'm going to ask for the defense.
153.
So this is Karen backing out. Ah, morning, Deb. How are we? I had a good sleep.
Now, Trooper, from your observations from this video, at some point, this vehicle either comes close or makes contact with Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, in addition to your observations of this video and your observations of the defendant's vehicle, at some point, have you also seen photographs of Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle?
Yes.
And is your understanding that those
We don't need to say. I must have.
vehicle were taken by State Police Crime Scene Services on February 3rd? Is that correct?
Let's go back to this bit.
Thank you. Be seated.
My timestamp was wrong. Sorry.
So, Trooper, we're going to have a voir dire of you, sir. Mr. Lally's going to ask you some questions. Mr. Jackson's going to ask you some questions. You'll be shown a video.
Okay. No, we want to hear Jackson's voir dire.
Because it's not embedded in the video.
Okay.
Same video.
Okay.
We just magnified it.
Okay.
Here you go.
All right. Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Lally.
And Trooper, do you recognize what's up on the screen now?
Yes.
And what are we looking at, and which area of the vehicle are we looking at?
It's the rear, sorry, John O'Keefe's car.
The driver's side, is that correct?
Yes.
And what, if any, relationship does this
Nice
portion
car.
of the vehicle we're looking at here have in relation to the video that we just watched?
It was faced, well, kind of you see it
All right,
from.
what was the answer? I didn't hear you.
Sorry, it was faced kind of the same way you see the back left rear corner of the vehicle as you do in this picture here.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have what's now been marked as Exhibit 559.
Yeah. Get away from Lally. We've heard all this
SUV
before.
Would match up with the Traverse, did you?
No.
Is that something that could have occurred or could it?
Are we talking about the bumper?
Yeah, we were talking about the taillight.
So, one person at a time. You both are talking over each other.
You started talking about the bumpers.
Oh.
Yes.
You said, well, one has matte finish and one has glossy finish, right?
Yes.
And you said, well, you'd expect one of them to like slide off of each other, and they could have done it.
I'm not laughing. Okay, I am. You have fun with that.
Yes, you could have done that, right?
Not slide off each other.
You were suggesting
versus
that the
Dane.
two cars
Oh, dear.
wouldn't match up such that the taillight could make contact with any part of the Traverse. That's what you were suggesting.
I'm saying it didn't match up because there's no damage to the Traverse.
You didn't test whether or not the lens, the right rear lens on the SUV could match up to any part of the Traverse, right? And make contact, physical contact with it, right?
When I see a picture of the Traverse,
no?
when I see the picture
No,
of the
this
Traverse,
is a voir dire. I need the information, Mr.
you asked me a
Jackson.
question.
Yeah,
And I said when I
yes or no question, Trooper.
I don't think
Look at
so.
how furious he's
but-
getting.
Mr. Jackson, just for there's no jury here.
I
This
realize
is this is for purposes of what I have to rule on. The more information I have, the better.
Isn't the tail the stinky bit on a skunk? And how many times did you have to bath the Dane?
Better off I am in being able to rule on it.
Let me take a breath.
So this is you trying to keep the evidence out. So you want to give me the information.
Understood. Did you or did you not ever do a test where you backed the Lexus up against the Traverse?
We did not.
No.
Did you or did you not ever do a test where you put the two cars together and measured them?
No.
Did you ever measure the taillight of the SUV, the black SUV, against any area on that Traverse?
No.
Did you ever do any force multiplier tests to determine
get in the
force
car and
is
drive it?
necessary to crack the SUV's convex taillight?
No.
Did you ever do any testing to determine whether or not a plastic taillight, under how much pressure a plastic taillight
I know that one.
would need to
I
be
know that one.
subjected before it would crack?
No.
I knew my deep dive would come in handy. I know exactly how much PSI it takes for a polycarbonate tail light to break under pressure. How much PSI was it? 900 PSI. There you go. And I'm not a fucking expert.
Did you ever do any testing to determine whether or not if a plastic taillight came in contact with a metallic portion of another SUV, whether it would leave any mark?
Haven't done any testing.
I even know how much PSI it takes to fracture a human skull, because that's what I was comparing it against. And it's 1100, just FYI.
Seen crashes where headlights have struck other vehicles. That's kind of where the experience comes from.
Fair enough. But I'm guessing that those crashes are probably different speeds and higher speeds. Not this, right?
I've had multiple crashes at different speeds.
So have you ever had a crash where you've investigated, the Massachusetts State Police has been brought in to investigate a crash where the car was going in reverse at about a half a mile an hour?
Half a mile an hour?
Whatever that was.
Are you saying the SUV Lexus is going half a mile per hour? Maybe like 1-2 miles per hour.
Okay, fair enough. Have you ever been called in to a crash, to investigate a crash, where the cars have collided at 1 mile an hour?
I've had pedestrian crashes that have been at a very low speed.
Okay, that wasn't my question. That wasn't my question.
Okay.
My question is, have you been called in to a crash involving two vehicles that have made contact at about a mile an hour?
I have seen testing for vehicles at low speeds. So next time I have been called to a crash, I go to fatality crashes, but I have seen testing for vehicles at low speed impacts.
Okay.
Are you an expert or not here? You're not giving me any. I'm not feeling real good about it. Really? You can't answer concisely.
How low speed?
Like just the bump.
A bump.
Like this?
Yes.
How fast?
Did you see any damage?
Yes. All right. Well, minimal damage.
Right. In what circumstance? Minimal damage, like, I don't know, like a cracked taillight.
No, like just a little bit of rub off on the paint.
Right? Or you might see nothing, right?
Yes.
You've certainly seen circumstances in which two cars come in contact and there's absolutely no physical damage to either car, nothing observed.
Welcome to those just joining us. Thank you. We're actually day 25 of the Karen Reid trial, and we're in the middle of a voir dire of state witness Joe Paul, who is their expert crash reconstruction witness, apparently. Expert.
Right?
Have I gone to crashes that's seen no physical damage on a car?
Or just in.
That's their new theory. Okay, this is the new theory. That's why Jackson is so angry.
I'm sorry. Or just in common sense, just everyday life.
Welcome, Richie
Where one
Rich.
car backs into
Thank you for
another
joining
car
us.
with Jiffy Lube,
Enjoy.
makes contact and drives away, and there's no damage.
Not normally. It's usually something with car and car impacts.
Like, what's the something?
A crack or a paint, something chip, scratches.
Right.
Yeah.
So if you put a piece of metal in that scenario, if you put a piece of metal, steel, right, against a piece of plastic, which one do you think is going to give way first?
You'll still see some damage to both vehicles at a speed.
Which one would give way first?
Between metal, depends what speeds. And what we're talking about, you're just saying plastic and metal. You're giving a pretty general, broad plastic and metal
Trooper Paul,
analysis here.
you admit
It doesn't
you gotta
matter really,
agree
does
with
it?
me.
What speed?
There are circumstances in which low speed, very, very low speed contact between two cars can certainly leave damage on one and not damage on the other, damage on both, or no damage on either one. Observe.
Yes, I just said in that situation where the scratch on the side of her car
Right.
had a scratch mark and his doesn't appear to have anything.
And you said under questioning by Mr. Lally that certain circumstances like this could lead to a lens material, right? Plastic material cracking, right?
Say again, like on least.
Just a few minutes ago, Mr. Lally.
I'm just going to answer your question. Sorry. Yes.
Mr. Lally asked you a question a few minutes ago, and you indicated that something might show up on a bumper. Something might, something might, like a taillight, might actually crack, correct? In a low speed impact.
A taillight might crack in a low speed impact?
Correct.
Yeah, it might crack.
Okay, now, Mr. Lally also said you saw this video where the cars come close to or make contact, right? That's how he worded the question. Remember that?
Come close. Yep.
Which one is it? Did it come close or did it make contact?
I said it might. I don't know if that scratch from the side is. It's something that's consistent with the height of the bumper. Like I said, I didn't measure them from side by side, but you can clearly see there's a scratch on the side, and that's something that looks like that would come back. So as I look at the bumper, and I see the bumper, and it has that little divot, and I look at her side of her car with that scratch mark, that kind of lines up a little bit of why that could be where that was from.
I thought you said there was no damage on that car, on the Traverse.
There is no damage, and that's why I went to why there's this two different paint materials there, that why one could have showed up on her car because it's that flat, the glossy paint on there, and it could have scratched on it, while you have something that's a little more rougher texture with like a flat, flat color on there that wouldn't leave on there.
So you just described the circumstance in which two cars come in contact, you don't see any observable damage on one, and you do on the other. That's what right?
Yeah, I suggested that when you asked me that a second ago.
Yes. With regard to the video, let's get back to the question that I asked, which was, in that video, did the SUV come close to, or did it come in contact with the Traverse?
Again, I don't know, because I'm saying based off the damage that is something consistent with that. So most likely it did come in contact with the bumper to bumper.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know definitively, because there is no damage to his car, but it's something that could explain why there's a scratch mark alongside the right rear side of his car, her car.
Did you see the tire move, sir? Did you see the wheel on the Traverse?
In the video?
No, I couldn't see the wheel move.
Excuse me?
I beg your pardon?
I didn't see it move. If I did, I didn't observe it moving. If it moved, it moved. I didn't observe it moving. I wasn't looking at the wheel.
When was the first time you saw that video?
I don't really know. It's been.
I can't decide if this is just ineptitude or if it's purely poor prepping or a combination of both.
A while.
Well, I don't know what a little while means.
Like a year ago, I think.
Okay. So you saw that video a year ago. Did you put anything about that video in your report, which is wherever it is, right here? I'm looking at your entire CARS report. Yes. Did you put anything in this CARS report about watching that video?
No, because I watched the video like after the report was done, and I watched it first time on court TV. So
he made some pretty charts though, like this. Yeah, that really don't mean a lot. And this one, but apart from that, didn't make a lot of sense.
So who on court TV during this trial?
Like
prior
no, when it was on TV at some point.
I did my research on court TV.
You testifying about this video.
That was a couple weeks ago?
I'm sorry, I couldn't understand.
A couple of weeks ago?
Welcome, Jax Lockhart.
2 weeks ago. 2 weeks ago. Couple. Two.
Where did you two meet?
At the DA's office.
Yes.
Was that at your request or was that at Mr. Lally's request?
It was a pre-conference hearing. Or pre-trial
Doesn't want to
hearing.
be there, does he?
Sorry, pre-trial conference. Sorry.
But it gets better.
What's up? Yes.
We're talking over
I agree.
each other. I'm trying not
I
to talk
agree.
over each other.
I'm trying not either.
Let's both try harder.
Okay.
Who set up the meeting?
For my pretrial,
Yes.
Okay.
Paul.
Welcome.
Adam Lally.
Who was at the meeting?
Everybody sitting right here, Lieutenant Tully.
Lieutenant Tully, you, Adam Lally, Laura McLaughlin. I'm guessing Miss Gilman was not there.
She was not there, correct?
Did Mr. Lally show you this video at that meeting?
Yes,
Did he tell you that he intended to ask you some questions about this video at that meeting?
yes.
Did he ask you whether or not you could render an opinion as to whether or not impact you saw or lack thereof? whatever
He
the
might
case
have an
may be,
opinion, but whether it's valid or
was
not.
consistent or inconsistent with damage to the taillight?
Yes,
Did you tell him that you would give him such opinion if called upon at trial?
yes.
Did anybody take any notes?
I don't know.
Were you taking notes?
Yes,
Apparently, I wasn't aware of this at the time, but that question is pivotal because those notes can be called in as evidence.
Where are those notes, Trooper Paul?
I think I just, well, no, it's not on this specifically, but just,
It's part of discovery.
make sure I had, my everything checks and balance, and for what I want to talk about, what we're going to talk about.
Make sure you had
My
what?
checks and balances, sorry.
Yeah, make sure we got our stories straight.
Checks and balances.
Just make sure I'm more on the same page of what we understand what's going on in the trial.
You want to make sure that you're on the same page with Mr. Lally about what's going on in the trial.
Yes,
Did Mr. Lally take notes?
I have no idea.
You were watching him. I mean, was he writing something down?
I wasn't paying attention to his note taking.
Ms. McLaughlin was there. Was she taking notes?
I don't know.
You didn't see her either?
I don't know if there were people who were taking notes, writing stuff down, or what they're writing stuff down in relation to our
Anyway,
our little conference.
Did you
you've
give
gotta-
him an opinion? We've asked
You
whether or
need
not
to
were
watch.
asked to give an opinion, and you said yes, yes, yes. I was.
Yep.
Did you give an opinion at that meeting about whether or not you believe, in your opinion, the contact between the SUV and the Traverse, the Lexus and the Traverse, could result in the damage to the taillight,
Yes,
What did you tell him in the meeting?
what we talked about already in the stand here.
Okay. So what you related to him was exactly what you've relayed in this court.
Yes,
All right. And he he told you that he was going to ask, I'm going to ask you to look at the video, correct?
yes.
You're going to be asked a series of questions about that video, correct?
He told me the video, and he said, "Okay, this is the video. This is what they think the taillight was broken, and
This
these
is
are the
what they
pictures
think.
of his car that they take." So they asked
Isn't
my
it
opinion on, do you think
your
that's where a
opinion?
taillight would be broken?
And he told you, you need to make sure that you tell the jurors that couldn't have happened in this impact, right?
He didn't tell me that. Make sure jurors. I mean, that's my opinion on. It doesn't appear to happen in that video.
Did he tell you that it would be helpful to the prosecution if you said that it would be, that it was inconsistent with the taillight breaking?
Objection.
Okay.
I'm going to allow it. Did he tell you it would be helpful to the case if you said that?
No,
But you knew it would be, right?
I'm just stating what I saw on my professional opinion on what it is.
Professional?
If it looked like it was consistent, I would say it's consistent. If it wasn't
Broad
consistent,
use term?
it's not consistent. I'm not going to.
I'm sure that's what you would say.
Okay, so comments are not
He's so
appropriate for the jury.
sarcastic.
They're also not very good for me, Mr.
Understood.
Jackson.
Understood, Your Honor. Did you formalize your new opinion? 'Cause this is a new opinion, right?
Yeah, that's
You've
why
never
he's
been
so
asked this
pissed
before.
off.
Yes.
Did you formalize this new opinion in any kind of report or memorialize it in any way?
No.
Did Mr. Lally ask you to create a report of some sort that you could then turn over to the defense?
Hey,
so that
Bob,
we would know that you have a
welcome.
new opinion that you're going to testify about?
No.
Oh, yes, he does. And like,
Save those notes you took about
I like your
making sure that you're on
dyslexic
the same
attempt
page
to
as
keep
the
it all.
That's. I mean, yeah. I saved mine.
Where are they?
They're my report.
They're in your report?
Yeah. As I was writing a report, I just kind of highlighted stuff that I
I just
want to make
scribbled
sure
it down
I
because, that's what I
memorize
do
and
as a
remember my
professional
report.
expert.
Okay.
I got
I'm
my
talking
crayons
about
out.
notes specifically about this video, seeing this video and rendering a new opinion about this video.
Then I
No,
couldn't
I didn't
find
have
a
notes
white out.
specifically about this video. I I didn't write anything down saying I must
But
do this on
I
this
wrote the
video.
heading in capital letters. All right, enough of this crap. We want to watch Alan's glare as he leaves the courtroom. It's watch this. Watch this. Ready? If looks could kill, they probably will. Yeah. So he had to go, hey, Gabby, how are we? So that was how we left it on Friday. And that poor man had to go all weekend with that image in his mind of what he was going to face come Monday morning. So, yes. So the rest of today, basically, Alan Jackson has a bit of a go at Lally and complains that, he's always being ambushed with new evidence and changing testimony and all that stuff, which he had every right. And Lally had a whinge, and that was pretty much the end of it. But I have a video. There is a content creator that is not pro Karen Reid, who put together an AI accident reconstruction video, which I thought I would share with you because, in my opinion, and it's my opinion, if you're going to create or recreate a vehicle pedestrian accident reconstruction, you would probably need to make sure that all the elements meet the evidence, circumstances, just, but anyway, you can make up your own mind. Let's have a look. And the music, I apologize, it came with the video. It's not me. Yep, there we go. Because that's exactly what happened right there.
Jesus Christ, man.
Watch it again. So remember, this expert testified that he knew he could identify the impact zone by the lateral projection of the 4 pieces of tail light in the directionality of where the was the final resting place for the decedent. Okay, so he could then determine where the impact zone was. Now, this video, even when this expert states that John was found 9 feet from the curb, or 9 feet from the impact zone, okay? Given all of the speeds and all of the, numbers in his charts and all that stuff. So pretty much 90 degrees in from the curb, 9 feet from the impact zone, in linear line with the 4 projected taillight pieces, and on his back. But they're saying now that Karen approached on an angle because she was doing a 3-point turn. So that would have propelled John around almost like in a pirouette fashion. And that's how he caught his arm on the tail light and spun and flew in the air 9 feet. So even this AI reconstruction, he's right on the curb. He's not even 9 feet away. And the other thing to note was, oh no, actually, I'll wait. Remember that information when we get to his cross-examination, because the fire hydrant and the flag are very important. We'll play that one more time. Let's go Benny Hill. Yep. There we go. And I'm not sure if that's... I don't see a shoe coming off. I don't see a hat. Is that glass in his hand? Not quite sure. But anyway. What's that? What am I missing in chat? Yes, send them to my house. I need all the help I can get. Oh, dear. Sell George for cleaning, ladies. Trooper Paul said the tail light struck his arm and turned counterclockwise, but it would have turned him clockwise. Yeah. That's why Jackson was so mad on Friday. You know, he is constantly getting ambushed with new material and new testimonies, and yeah, but it's okay. He gets his back. And why have I queued that up to? Oh, Lord. Bear with me 1 second. We queued to the wrong section because we are spastic. History. Oh, didn't want that added to the queue. There we go. And 26, correct. Full screen. And share. Sorry, ladies and gents. Was that the right? Yes. Sorry, I had Brandy queued up for
there were two
the next part.
events that occurred within that trigger, within that mileage. Is that correct?
Correct.
And based on your analysis with respect to the odometer readings and the mileage, where is it what is your belief as to where the vehicle was when those two events being 3-point turn and the backup straight for approximately 60 some odd feet? Where did those occur within the travel path of the defendant's vehicle?
So the first one where the 3-point turn, in this case, it appeared to be possibly on to, it was a Cedar Crest, which, because we know based on testimonies that she missed the exit to Fairview and had to make a U-turn onto Cedar Crest. And that would make sense to why they would occur with close proximity to each other. They're within the same odometer mileage and on the same key cycle.
Come on, get to Jackson. We don't want to hear Lally.
24.2 miles per hour in this case. What, if any?
Come on.
On Fairview Road, in Area 34, Fairview Road.
Yeah.
It appears there.
So,
Sorry, I'm trying to oppose it.
You know what? I don't, Mr. Lally, break this down. Ask simple questions.
On Fairview Road, in Area 30.
What, if any, conclusions did you come to?
What, if
outbound
any,
traveling
education
north.
have you had with crash
A higher acceleration when. Sorry. The vehicle accelerated at a high rate of speed before she struck the pedestrian John O'Keefe on the roadway and subsequently left him at the scene.
And with respect to the backup safety system that you observed in this vehicle and made use of in the course of your visibility analysis, what, if any, role do you, is it your opinion that played in how this crash occurred?
Based on the visibility analysis. So even if the camera systems were covered in snow, even the systems were defective anyway, and even the mirrors were blocked, an attentive and a reasonable operator would not travel in reverse, especially at a high rate of speed. They would have cleaned the mirrors off. They would have made the cameras and systems, if they worked, they didn't work. They would have done all this.
That's all well and good for him to say that, but the manufacturers actually know that that is not a good idea, so they put speed limiters in there for that very reason.
Prior to accelerating in reverse.
The objection sustained.
Move to strike.
I'm going to strike that.
Now,
all right.
With respect to your observations during the course of the visibility analysis, the exemplar pedestrian that you placed in the right rear of the vehicle, was that exemplar pedestrian visible to you at the time?
Exemplar pedestrian.
Yes, it was.
All right. You want to see something funny? Check this out.
Dear sweet baby Jesus, please don't ever let me get hit by a car in the state of Massachusetts, where any Massachusetts State Police expert is going to reconstruct the accident. Please. Thank you, Jesus. Amen.
I love the glare. He never, ever disappoints, ever. Dear baby Jesus. He's so funny. So funny. Dear baby Jesus. Hey, Floppy Dan, welcome. Sorry, we're having a giggle. Did you catch that video? Or do you want me to play it again? Or do we want the third one, Gabby? Oh, dear. Shake and bake. Shake and bake. The magic man. Now you see him? Oh, no, you don't. All right. I suppose we should watch what we're here for. Oh, put it on screen.
Thank you, sir. I have no further questions.
Okay.
All right, here's a good bit.
So do you have any, do you hold any degrees in the scientific discipline of mathematics?
Nope.
I do not.
Do you hold any degrees in the scientific discipline of physics?
I do not.
Nope.
Any degrees in the scientific discipline of biomechanics?
No.
Nope.
How about in engineering?
No.
No.
How about in kinematics?
No, not
No.
in what?
What's the highest degree that you do hold, sir?
I have an associate's degree.
In what?
Administration of justice.
Administration of justice. Administration of justice. Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah, eat it, fucker. Eat that shit. Eat that turd.
That was for you, Gabby.
Kinematics on Friday. Do you hold any certificates in the specific area of kinematics?
Yes, it's covered in the basic crash investigation classes.
Okay, so you took a class, in other words, correct?
At multiple classes.
Multiple
The
classes.
idea of what kinematics is, right?
Correct.
You testified about that on Friday.
Yes.
Define kinematics. It's yours.
It deals with the aspect of motion.
It's a
The
subfield
aspect
of
of
what
motion.
broader field?
Kinematics.
Kinematics is a subfield of what broader discipline of science?
I'm not sure.
Physics, correct?
Yes.
And it describes how points and objects and systems of objects, how they move and how the rate they move and the rate of their velocity, correct?
It deals with the motions.
What's that called? The rate of velocity. What's another word for that?
The rate of velocity.
Correct.
You only repeat a question when you don't know the answer.
Motion. It deals with forward and also deals with speed. It deals with travel and
The rate
speed.
of velocity.
If something's moving, it also has a speed to it.
Right. The word you're looking for is acceleration.
Acceleration.
Sure.
What role does acceleration play in the field of kinematics?
What role does
All right, hang on a
acceleration
second.
play
All right,
in kinematics?
What role does acceleration play in the area of kinematics? You know what kinematics is? I'm just doing an impromptu poll on an expert testimony to see what the comparison is.
Kinematics is a term I've never heard before.
Oh. Okay. No. I can't even remember the definition he gave. It's to do with movement and some crap.
Well, why don't you just talk shit?
Yeah.
It talks about, like you just said, it talks about the speed and talks about motion.
Is kinematics also known as the
Oh.
geometry of motion?
Don't worry.
I've not heard
I don't
that.
do math at all.
What's the difference between constrained and unconstrained motion?
Constrained and unconstrained motion.
That's what I asked.
Constrained motion. I can't recollect at the moment.
Constrained motion is motion on a predetermined
Yeah,
path.
I see. Next 3 days. Oh,
Yes.
you poor thing.
Unconstrained motion is what?
When it doesn't have a predetermined path.
Free movement, correct?
Correct.
Good to remember that from your class.
For the most part, we don't go that in depth, constrained and unconstrained.
constrained, unconstrained, not restrained.
That's what I said. Sorry, unconstrained. Yes.
Gabby, it was
Kinematics
0
uses
degrees here
algebraic
this morning.
formula to model these motions, right? The motions of these points and systems of points, correct?
Yes.
And it includes concepts like displacement and speed, velocity, distance, acceleration, which we've talked about, correct?
Correct.
And it looks at how these things, these values vary over a point in time or duration in time. Is that right?
Yes.
Do you actually understand the physics behind the study of kinematics?
Yes.
The word you learned in class.
Yes, we had to go over the physics part of it.
So condescending.
On Friday, you said that this incident is a pedestrian strike from a vehicle. You reiterated that again this morning. Is that right?
Correct.
I want to be clear. That is your opinion based on your training and experience, correct?
Yes.
And on Friday, you said you based that fact, or you based that rather opinion on the fact that you noted a half-mile-an-hour decrease in speed and a steering input of less than 10 degrees at some point in that reverse motion, correct?
I said it was consistent. That data point in general was consistent with something that you would see within data of a pedestrian strike or striking something else. I do go in my report saying I can't say that's definitively where a pedestrian was struck, but
I'm sorry, I can barely.
it wasn't definitively. Sorry, in my report, I do say I can't say that is definitively where the pedestrian struck.
You cannot say
Definitively, yes.
Okay. So
Definitely.
you're going to have to slow down and speak up.
Definitely.
Okay.
All right.
You said, I just want to
You
make sure
can't
I'm
say
hearing you
definitively.
correctly.
He
I
says
apologize.
definitively.
Okay.
You said you cannot say definitively that that resulted in a pedestrian strike.
That data point within the text stream data is what I'm talking about.
Okay.
That specific point, that time frame.
Because there's a multitude of reasons why when someone is driving in reverse, they might slow down by a half a mile an hour, right?
It's when I say when it's consistent, it's because there's the other aspects of it is the fact that the accelerator is consistently strong.
Let him answer. Finish your answer.
So the accelerator
or wet, Bob.
is consistent at a constant rate, and then it just drops by half a mile, and the steering wheel all of a sudden abruptly goes to the right. That's what I'm talking about when I say it is consistent with a pedestrian strike. That's something that you would see. It's not going to be a huge change of speed during this collision.
You also note that at the time, it had begun to snow, correct?
Yes.
There would be snow on the lawn, right?
Yes.
Correct.
There would be snow on the cars,
Yes.
snow on the trees,
Yes.
snow on the roadway.
Yes.
Birds on the bees.
Snow on the roadway could impact how tires move over the roadway, correct?
In a way.
Traction.
And obviously, there are a multitude of reasons why somebody might input a 10-degree.
Bob, you'd know all about black ice, wouldn't you? That wouldn't have any effect on the speed of a motor vehicle traveling on asphalt. None.
Input on a steering wheel, correct?
Correct. That's why I said I couldn't definitely say it.
Right.
Definitely
so
say
every
it.
time somebody slows down, going in reverse or forward, and introduces a 10-degree input on the steering wheel, doesn't mean they're looking to hit a pedestrian, correct?
Correct.
You testified that you determined the area of impact.
I know
by
you did. And
Basically following, if I heard your testimony correctly, basically following the debris field from the body from where you believed John O'Keefe's body's final resting place was, almost linearly to the furthermost piece of debris that was found. Did I get that right?
Yes.
In other words, you established what in your mind.
yeah, this is important. This is the impact zone.
Was his final resting place. And what you were told was the debris field. And you indicated that the furthermost piece of debris would basically be the area of impact, right?
It's within that line. I didn't say that is the area impact where the furthermost piece of evidence is.
All right.
It's just the linear, like you said earlier. It's that linear. We're throwing that path. That's the path that he traveled post impact with the vehicle.
And that is on which that fact that you stated is on which what you, it's a terrible question. That's the basis for your opinion of where the area of impact is, correct?
Yes.
Let's take a look at exhibit, with the court's permission, 587.
His apparent opinion. He's not really sure about it.
If I may approach Your Honor, just for.
Okay.
He's not definitely accurate with his expert opinion.
May I approach?
Yes.
So you can see it. Your Honor, may we publish exhibit 587?
Yes.
Okay.
The debris
so
field.
You see diagram 3 on the board. You also have it in front of you.
Just
correct?
there.
Yes.
You
It's
see
easier
my.
for you to refer to what's in front of you because that's a little bit further
There, you can
away.
see my cursor now.
Let me know.
The
Okay.
debris field.
The red arrows adjacent to the blue writing, where I'm highlighting right now, indicate basically the debris field that you explained to the jurors on Friday, correct?
Yes.
And then there's a point of an arrow that comes back to a wording that says pedestrian's final rest, basically right there, correct?
Yes.
And the debris field ends right in the middle of that spot, correct?
Yes.
All right. So that's the area of impact that you indicated to Mr. Lally you believe occurred.
But he put it in a
the
frame.
Debris field in the linear portion of that debris field, going from the pedestrian's final rest all the way out to that final little red arrow that says red plastic B in parentheses, correct?
Yes.
Yona, can we have exhibit
Yeah.
492
Now watch this.
published to the juror, please?
Okay.
Approach.
Yes.
Just when you think he couldn't get any more silly, inaccurate.
While that's coming up,
There you go. What's
have you ever
that?
seen this?
That big red thing.
No, I haven't.
Take a look.
You put it on your map.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, maybe highlight or magnify the area just above the arrow.
What's that there? Ooh.
See that?
Yes, I do.
Right
It
underneath
might be something from the debris field.
Correct.
What does that look like to you?
Piece of plastic.
It's debris, correct?
Correct.
Can we go back with the court's permission to exhibit 87?
Okay.
Diagram 3. You see the fire hydrant?
Yes.
Right down the bottom there. Ooh.
Fire hydrant's right there, correct?
Correct.
That's another, according to your scale, that's probably a good 30 feet from the pedestrian's final rest, correct?
Yeah, that's about right.
So that is the furthermost in this diagram, the furthermost piece of debris. on the
Yeah,
diagram,
so
correct?
if you look at this map on the bottom left-hand corner here, if you can see my cursor, oh, not doing that, underneath my cursor before it goes onto the timeline, but that box there indicates 20 feet as per the scale of the drawing. So if you apply that scale from here to here, that's where he's getting the 30 feet from the fire
Correct.
hydrant.
So now, your testimony changed that this, in fact, is the area of impact.
No,
Why not?
because it's just a piece of debris.
It's just a
I'm
piece of
talking about the
debris.
path. You follow the path of debris field.
You follow the
Debris
path
can
of
move and
debris.
change.
The debris doesn't fly backward, does it?
No.
I'm saying you pointed to like just the fire hydrant as the area impact for the debris where that one piece of plastic was, saying that's the area impact is right next to the fire hydrant.
Did you just soil yourself?
Yeah, that's what you said, right?
I'm asking you.
I'm making sure I'm understanding what you're saying, so I can answer.
I don't think you'll ever understand
again,
what
Mr.
he's saying.
Jackson.
In fact, you indicated on Friday.
I don't even think you understand what you're
that your
saying.
analysis of the area of impact was predicated on, based on, the furthermost piece of debris from the pedestrian's body
Did you guys
that you were aware of, which is
Sorry. Mouthful of food. Hang on. I have to say this because my housemate just delivered this. Different snacks. But did you notice what Jackson just did there? I missed it the first time around. Let me play it again.
The air impact is right next to the fire hydrant.
Are you asking me a question?
Yeah, yes, what you said, right?
I'm asking you.
I'm making sure I'm
And I'll
understanding
point
what
it out
you're
when he
saying,
says it again.
so I can answer the right.
Ask the question again, Mr. Jackson.
In fact, you indicated on Friday that your analysis of the area of impact was predicated on.
Your analysis of the area of impact was predicated on, and then he changed it to based on. In other words, he dulled it down.
The furthermost piece of debris from the pedestrian's body that you were aware of, which is right there. Red plastic bead, correct?
I said it's well, I said you said earlier with the linear equation. I mean, it might have moved it over more, but it's the debris, the start of that debris, the one that is. I can't say that's definitely the point of area impact or the point of impact. I cannot say that is the point of impact right there.
Well, isn't that the point of having him there? Is that not the point of having him there? To have an expert witness, you want them to be able to definitively say that there is the point of impact. And this is why. Isn't it? Or is it just me?
You just kind of follow the linear path because they have to follow in a direct path.
Could be anywhere along the road
way.
here.
So now your testimony is that's not the area of impact.
I never said that was the area impact. I said after that.
It's after that now.
We were all here on Friday.
Okay.
That's exactly what you said under questioning by Mr. Lally, wasn't it?
Objection.
Sustained.
Didn't you say on Friday that you determined the area of impact for Mr. O'Keefe? The point of impact was red plastic bead because that was the furthermost piece of debris you were aware of from the final point of rest from Mr. O'Keefe's body. Isn't that what you said?
I don't believe that's my exact words.
But I can't remember
I'm
really.
not asking if it was your exact words. I don't have a transcript of it. I'm asking you, is that what you tried to impart to the jurors?
Is this your expert
What
opinion?
I said to the jury, I said after that. That's the start of that's the last point of evidence that I had. I said the area impact is probably along the roadway after that point.
Just along the
I mean,
roadway.
like before it. If you have to walk towards him.
I'm sorry. I keep doing that because I think you're done. Are you done?
I am done now.
Now you're aware that there's a piece of debris, looks like taillight material, right under the fire hydrant, correct?
Correct.
If the area of impact, which you indicated on Friday, was where this red plastic B is, you would be wrong, right? Your analysis would be flawed.
No, because that's not what I said. I said it's along the roadway and it's going to be after that point.
Okay, so is the area of impact now where the fire hydrant is?
Objection.
Ask it differently.
Are you now indicating, because now you realize that there's a piece of debris directly under the fire hydrant, are you now indicating that that's the area of impact where John O'Keefe's body was struck?
Objection.
Sustained.
You would have had to have paid a shit ton of money to get me to look like a dickhead like that up on the stand.
With the court's permission, 279.
Okay.
Take a look
Jackson's not done with you yet, mate.
Draw your attention to that piece right there of plastic. You see it?
Yes.
You describe it for me. Just physically, what does that look like?
Looks like clear plastic with a little bit of red and black on the top part.
Okay. Maybe in a triangular shape. Is that fair?
Correct.
Okay. Now, you could go back to with the court's permission, Exhibit 492.
Okay.
You'd think that would be the bare minimum, wouldn't you? A knowledge of physics, at the very least. At the very, very least. No, there isn't enough. No, you couldn't pay me enough to do that. Sorry. Maybe that's what happened in my opinion. Do you know what? The video, the AI video makes more sense than this does. And what does that tell you?
Highlight just above the ruler. How would you describe that piece of material?
It looks like the same piece.
Does that, based on that, does that appear to be part of the
debris
taillight material that was found at the scene?
Correct.
Okay. Now, based on that, are you now suggesting, if we could go with the court's permission, if we could go back to 587? I'll stop jumping around just a second. I think we
okay.
Just get back to 587. Oh, sorry, the diagram. Thanks. Okay. Now, seeing what you just now seen in terms of that piece of plastic that appears to be from the taillight, does that appear to be under the fire hydrant, which is highlighted?
Hello.
Same piece.
Yes.
Okay. Based on that, does that change your opinion? Is that now the fire hydrant now the point of impact?
No.
Where is the point of impact now?
It's along the roadway. I don't know the exact point of impact. Can I?
So you don't know the area of impact?
I said the area of impact is along the roadway after the debris.
Thank you.
Okay.
I mean, the only thing it would change, only thing it would change is maybe it was a little further away. But besides that, it's still,
Hello, Finny.
it's a linear field. I'm not talking about like one point. It's you kind of follow the middle of the debris field, and that should be the path.
Well, if the point of impact is along the roadway, where along the roadway, you can show the jurors where along the roadway, in your expert opinion, is the point of impact?
It should be within, if you follow from pedestrians, find a rest here, just kind of follow back. That would be, that's what I'm talking about, linear field. I can.
So now you've indicated an area, I can follow your laser pointer, an area along here, correct?
Yes, somewhere in there.
All right, if I have my spotlight, is that, if I leave it right there, is that about where the middle of the spotlight, about where you believe?
He's just off the camera.
It's within, I guess you can say it's within that area. I don't know, definitely there's nothing on the roadway that has a definitive point that says this is the area impact right here. It's within the roadway based on the evidence at the scene.
Okay. Mr. Paul, sorry, Trooper Paul, I'm asking you, based on your expert opinion and your conclusions, based on your full analysis,
all that effort for him.
point me to
No,
within
he's
that
not.
area
Thank you.
5 feet or so on the roadway where you believe the area of impact is my.
I wish I could do a poll, but I don't think you can unless you're monetized. It doesn't allow me to do it on here, but yeah. I reckon under an hour. Under an hour. What do we all say? Under an hour for the jury? Let me know what you think. I would have said directed verdict by now, but I don't think Bev's going to go that way. She's all in now.
Is my spotlight basically highlighting the area that you believe, in your opinion, is the area of impact?
You have that laser pointer?
I do.
Why don't we let him show you? It'd be easier for the jury to see.
So what I'm trying to say is, so
sorry, I just got
you follow
attacked
the
by
linear
kitty cats.
path back around this area. And sorry, I'm trying to keep it straight as much as I can.
Yeah, your hand's shaking
follow
too
back
much.
to here. I can't say like if this is definitely is, but it's possibly based on also vehicle damage to the back of the vehicle. So
hey, Angela.
if you follow all the way back to here, that could be a possible area impact.
Now, Angela could do a way, way better reconstruction than this. Way.
So when you say that area there, just I want to be very clear for the record that what you highlighted is an area basically just to the left of an X that's on the roadway. on the bottom of diagram 3, toward the lower part of diagram 3.
It's
Correct?
you would use your circle almost to kind of be a good area around.
Sorry,
You can use a circle around here. This would be around the area.
Okay.
Okay.
So using your scale, that scale is going from full left to full right. It's plus or minus 40 feet, right?
Switch. Can't see it. So say again. Say the question.
That scale is 40 feet. Going full left, full right, 40 feet.
It's 40 feet. It's a 10-foot scale.
Okay, sorry, 20 feet. My mistake.
I was okay.
Eyes are terrible. 20 feet. Thank you. All right. So if you use that scale, can you estimate for the jurors? I'm just going to use this X as a starting point. You estimate for the jurors from this X that I've highlighted. The pedestrian's final rest. What's that number? Doesn't have to be exact. Give me an estimate.
So, I mean, it could be within 30 feet because I tell you this. Also on my scale, this 2 and 3 is 50 feet from each other.
Is how much?
50.
Okay.
50.
50.
So would you agree that from this X,
The best I could do with
down
for a
here,
poll.
pedestrian's final rest, as the crow flies, that's probably a good 35, 40 feet.
I mean, I could try to use the scale, but it is a scale.
If you wouldn't mind.
I sent you the link. I sent you the email, and you didn't come.
Yes, please.
Court's permission?
Okay.
Just blank this paper.
Thank you. Yes, thank you.
You need a pen?
I got one. Thank you.
Stuck one in my gob and then I have to speak.
It's a little around. It's approximately 30 feet.
We're up approximately 30 feet.
Yes.
30 feet at
Can you please,
24 miles an hour in reverse.
with the court's permission, can you estimate 30 feet in here?
Can I
Can you point to a place in the courtroom that looks like it's 30 feet from you?
Objection.
No. Next question.
Does the court have a diagram of a diagram of distances?
In this courtroom? No.
Well,
you indicated
no, maybe
just
not.
now-
I mean, yes, it was inappropriate. It was unprofessional. It was disgusting, but it still doesn't prove innocence either. But they haven't proven guilt beyond a reasonable doubt either. So, yeah, all of this is, to me, is just BS because, anywho.
Now, and I'm finished with this. Thank you. Thanks.
Oh,
You indicated just now.
yeah, I did. I
in
promise I did.
Answer to Mr. Lally's last couple of questions. That in your expert opinion, when the SUV struck pedestrian John O'Keefe, he
Yeah.
was, quote, projected forward and to the left to the front yard to his final place of rest.
Well, AJ, can you imagine the uproar? Can you imagine the uproar if they don't acquit her? I mean, you can already see the division in Canton and the protesters outside of the courtroom every day. Can you just imagine? Just, yeah.
Yes.
So you're.
Oh, I know. I know.
Is it John O'Keefe
And
hit
adamantly.
the SUV and flew?
And I'm more than happy to listen to that theory and have you try and convince me based on the evidence. I'm open to all that. But as far as I can see, there is nothing that convinces me or proves beyond a reasonable doubt anything with her charges. Nothing.
30 feet.
Projected mean like I don't say he flew all the way there. He was projected way.
We argue over the definition of projection and flying.
Got pushed forward in that direction.
Which he was rendered incapacitated, landed there, and had to sort of fly there, correct? Didn't walk there.
I mean, would you definitely flying like literally off the ground the whole entire time, or?
Well, isn't that projected?
I mean, he got.
Same,
when we say projected, we mean he gets projected, and they usually have a landing phase, and they land, and then they either roll or tumble to final rest.
Okay, how far do you think he landed? How far was it until he landed of that 30 feet?
I don't know. There's no indication of where his exact landing spot was.
Is there any evidence whatsoever that he landed and rolled?
And there was no evidence that he landed or rolled. Rolled.
According to you, the evidence that you have in front of you is that you get hit, fly 30 feet, land where he ended up in his final rest, right?
Objection.
Sustained. Ask it differently.
Based on your expert opinion.
He's making it up as he goes along.
You believe that he was projected through the air to his final rest place.
That's not what I was saying.
But you said there's no evidence that he rolled.
And there's no evidence that he flew through the air either.
Exactly. Right? Exactly.
Objection.
Sustained.
See the smile?
You said on Friday that in your experience, people tend to lose objects that are not strapped to them. Is that right?
Yes.
In other words, get hit by something, car, truck, bus, whatever, train, and if you have something in your hand, boom, you lose it, you drop it. If it's not strapped to you, correct?
Correct.
How do you suppose that Mr. O'Keefe, in your opinion, held on to that glass cup that was found right next to him over the course of 30 feet being projected?
Objection.
Mobile phone.
I'll allow it. Do you have a theory on that?
I don't know. I mean, it just could have been with him the whole way. I don't know. I wasn't there, so I don't know how the glass stayed with his body.
I don't know. I wasn't there.
With him to the final rest.
I don't know. I wasn't there. Hang on a second. A crash reconstruction expert. Isn't that the definition of recreating something as if you were there so that you could show what happened, how it happened? Is that not what an expert is supposed to do? You don't just go, oh, I don't know, I wasn't there. Yes, Bob, they did. It was in the bag with the jeans.
He held on to it the entire time he was being projected. Right?
It's possibly, it could have been in his hand. It could have been tucked next to his clothing. Did
you say tucked into?
I mean, like, could have been next to his body. So when he projected, made the glass was with his body as it was also flying. So there's a number of reasons why the glass, because it also got projected with the body.
So you could actually do a simulated reconstruction, Angela. Is that what you're saying? I can't get onto my emails while I'm streaming. Sorry. Unless I find my phone. Cool. That sounds awesome.
Well,
while he was holding it.
You said on Friday,
I fell down the stairs once and didn't spill my beer.
Yes, but not everything it tends to fly off. I mean, some stuff flies off, some stuff will stay on. It's not uncommon to find piece of clothing and stuff, that you find at the scene. Like
my issue, Angela, is that they're saying that they reversed into him at 24 miles per hour, but he projected almost a 90-degree angle off the curb at the minimum of 9 feet from the curb, but apparently he can fly 30 feet now from the fire hydrant. How that is physically, like, as in, it's an impossible scenario. You can't, with gravity and inertia and the whole physics thingy-majiggly, it's not actually possible. That's what I'd like to see.
like clothing, like shoes. I mean, like shoes and stuff like that to come off the body.
Yes.
During a pedestrian crash.
Do it, Angela.
I know. I'm just saying. You asked me. You said what I just. I'm just responding to what you said.
And we'll run it on a string.
And try to make sure you understand what I'm saying.
No, I don't. But
did we all catch that? Sorry. I just hit myself in the head with the microphone. Where are we at? 40. You have to listen to.
In other words, get hit by something, car, truck, bus, whatever, train, and if you have something in your hand, boom, you lose it, you drop it. If it's not strapped to you, correct?
Correct.
How do you suppose that Mr. O'Keefe, in your opinion, held on to that glass cup?
Oh, I've gone too far back again. My pointer's too big. I can't get it accurate.
Jackson.
I'll allow it. Do you have a theory on that?
I don't
You have a
know.
theory on
He just
that?
could have been with him the whole way. I don't have a. I don't know. I wasn't
Hypothesis?
there, so I don't know how the glass stayed with his body and went with him to the final rest.
So I mean, it's just common sense. You have to believe it was in his hand. He held on to it the entire time it was being projected.
I don't think there's been a great deal
It's
of
possible.
common sense.
It could have been in his hand. It could have
actually,
been
in this whole
tucked next
entire
to his
trial.
clothing. Could
Did you say tucked into?
I mean, like, could have been next to his body. So when he projected, maybe the glass was with his body as it was also flying. So there's
flying
no
now.
reasons why the glass, because it also got projected with the body while he was holding it.
I thought you said on Friday, and you just agreed with me, that people drop things when they're hit.
Yes, body think not everything it tends to fly off. I mean, some stuff flies off, some stuff will stay on.
I see.
It's not uncommon to find piece of clothing and stuff, that you find at the scene. Like clothing, like shoes, like shoes and stuff like that to come off the body during a pedestrian crash.
Well, that's not what I asked.
I know, I'm just saying, you asked me, you said what I'm just responding to what you said.
Wait for it.
And trying to make sure you understand what I'm saying.
That bit.
No, I don't. But
I'm trying to make sure you understand what I'm saying. And Jackson's, no, I don't.
shoes are strapped on by definition, right?
Yes, but it's very common for shoes to come off.
How about a cell phone?
Cell phone, yeah. Yeah, it depends.
Not
Depends on where it is.
Well, it was under his body.
Okay.
Okay.
How do you account for that? He held onto his cell phone with one hand and held on to the cup with the other.
Jackson.
What about the lacerations to his arm
Ask it differently.
and the back of his head?
The cell phone was found under his torso, under his body. What's your theory on how that cell phone ended up flying 30 feet with it?
It just did.
Just did. And somehow, as he landed, tucked that cell phone underneath his body so he landed on top of it.
It just did. That's the evidence at the scene. I didn't put the evidence there. So
That's ironic. I didn't put the evidence there.
Jurors,
Somebody
I've
did.
told you before, lawyers cannot make
Jackson
comments,
got it.
So disregard it. Mr. Jackson, don't do it again.
I understand.
You understand, but don't do it. Your answer is always, I understand. Don't do it.
Yeah, but how could you? I couldn't stop myself either with that.
Cup in the other hand. Flew through the air. Right?
Jackson.
Sustained.
You were informed of this incident on January 29th, 2022 at about 2:30 in the afternoon. Is that right?
yes,
At the time, you were working out of the CARS facility, which is located on West Grove Street in Middleborough. Is that right?
yes,
By the way, that's a facility that has multiple garages. Sally ports, I don't know if they're called Sally ports, but garage bays, correct?
the mechanic shop are there.
The mechanic shop
Yes,
is, if you're going to review, for instance, for purposes of reconstruction, if you're going to review a vehicle, is the vehicle placed in those mechanics bays?
no, not there. That's for state police vehicles.
Okay, so where are the mechanics bays? Sorry, reverse that. Where are the Sally ports where you do your analysis, your reconstruction, your review of the vehicle, inspections, things of that nature?
We don't have Sally ports for that.
You don't have anything dedicated to that?
No, the only time we would use a Sally port is the crime scene would have some Sally ports that they would do to document their crime scene stuff. And I've gone there, they've done my inspections, but most of our inspections are done either at the tow yard or some type of facility for that.
Ultimately, was this SUV ever taken to the Middleborough facility?
Yes, it was.
Where was it placed?
There's a fenced-in area inside it's a fenced-in area
Is it outside or inside?
outside.
Okay. Did it remain outside in that fenced-in area the whole time?
I don't know the exact time. It was there for a while, then it got moved.
Where did it get moved to?
I'm not sure exactly where they moved it immediately after it left Middleborough.
Are you familiar with the Foxborough location?
Yes.
Does that have sally ports or bays for inspection and evaluation?
It has garages in it, but we wouldn't use them. We don't normally use those garages for inspections.
Is it possible to use those garages for inspections?
It is possible.
Okay. It's happened before, correct?
I've not used the inspection in the garages.
But it's,
I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up and
Sorry.
speak
Yes.
slowly.
but you know that it could be used.
Sorry.
You know that those bays could be used for inspections or analysis or evaluation if needed, correct?
Yes.
All right. Given the fact that the SUV that was being seized on January 29th was being seized as potential evidence, best practices would suggest that you want to get it in and out of the bad weather, the inclement weather, as quickly as possible, correct? You wouldn't want to subject it to continued forces from nature like rain, wind, snow, sleet, hail, right?
That would be beneficial, yes.
All right. You're aware that the Foxborough location and the Middleborough location with
Are
the
both
Canton
closer than Canton.
are all closer to Dighton than Canton, right?
Both Foxborough and
Foxborough and Middleborough are both closer to Dighton than Canton. In other words, you have to pass by, depending on which way you go, pass by Middleborough, pass by Foxborough to get to Canton.
so from where?
From Dighton, sorry.
So from Dighton.
Where the vehicle was seized in
Yeah.
Dighton, all going toward Canton, you pass by either Middleborough or Foxborough to get to Canton, right?
I don't believe you'd pass by Middleborough to get to Canton, but you pass by Foxborough.
All right. The car was not taken to Foxborough, was it?
No.
As a matter of fact, the car was taken basically double the distance all the way to Canton to that Sally Port, correct?
Objection.
Do you know that?
Yeah, where they had a
Is that
conflict of
double the
interest.
distance?
I don't know the exact distance. I know it was in Canton.
And you know it's far to Canton,
From Dighton, yes.
right?
To keep
And you're also
lying
aware that-
and delaying and being a complete clusterfuck.
That's because you've been to the
I'd
scene.
back it there.
Assuming, correct? The 34 Fairview.
Yes, I have.
And you've been to Canton, PD.
Yes, I have.
You know that those two locations are about 3-4 minutes apart.
Yeah, I can say that.
When you started let me ask this a little bit different way. Before you began any review on this case, any physical review on this case or analysis on the case, you were told that there had been a crash, correct?
Yes.
You testified to that at the state court grand jury in this matter. Is that right? That you've been told in advance this was a vehicle pedestrian crash and you were asked to analyze it, right?
Yes.
You wrote in your report that it was a single
Analyze.
collision involving a pedestrian and you were, quote, assigned to reconstruct that collision, correct?
Yes.
So when you began your analysis, Trooper Paul, you were told conclusively by the lead investigator, Michael Proctor, that the deceased was hit by a car and your job was to reconstruct it. Is that right?
Objection.
Okay, so there are lots of parts to that. Break it down.
Sure. Were you told by Michael Proctor to reconstruct this incident?
Objection.
So were you told that by Trooper Proctor?
I was not.
Okay, next question.
Sure. Who were you given your instructions by?
Instructions for what?
Reconstruct this incident.
I wasn't given instructions to reconstruct it. It's just
Right.
that was requested. My assistance was requested to reconstruct it.
That's my question.
Yes, by who?
I talked to my sergeant at the time who gave me the phone call.
And you were told some basics about that reconstruction, the event that you were asked to reconstruct, correct?
Yes.
The information that you were told came from the case officer. Is that right?
Who's the case officer?
The information that this was a pedestrian vehicle incident, as opposed to motor vehicle incident, pedestrian bicycle, motor vehicle motorcycle. You were told it was a motor vehicle pedestrian incident that you were asked to reconstruct, correct?
Yeah, I was told that, yes.
All right, and you had to be given some basic parameters of what that incident, how that incident occurred. Car was going in reverse, it's got a damaged taillight, things like that.
Some basic stuff, yeah.
What I'm asking is, I'm trying to get to is, who gave you that information? Where'd it come from?
That the car was traveling in reverse. Like, which part of the information? You asked me several different things just now.
Were you given
Wouldn't that all come together in
information
one
from multiple
sentence?
sources? Or did someone give you a summary of what you were being asked to do at the very beginning?
Yeah.
So, hello, yes, it's Joe Paul here. You want me to what? Yeah, okay, no worries. Just, no, it was a car, was it? All right, hang on. I've just got someone on the other line. Hello? Yeah, oh no, pedestrian. All right, yep, cool. Righto. Hang on. My boss is calling me. Sorry, what? Oh, Fairview Road. Okay. No, that's not how it happens. All right. We need you to analyze this crime scene. This happened. Get on it. Do your shit. It's not going to come from 5 different people. Just answer the question.
Who gave you the summary?
Summary of the whole entire.
Yeah, the summary of the whole entire thing.
You were asked to reconstruct.
I was passed down when I got to the garage. That there was nobody that sat there and gave me the summary, like that I can remember. I was told that it was a pedestrian crash. I knew it was a Boston police officer involved. That this was the vehicle, and that it was traveling in reverse. That's all they had.
Okay. What I'm asking.
And the car was black.
That's great.
I had 4 wheels on it.
Who gave you that summary?
I don't know if it was definitely anybody from the get-go that was like I talked to.
From where?
I don't know if it's anybody that I could definitely say that was the person. There was multiple people going around when I got there. I think I talked to Trooper Zach Clark. He was doing the crime scene. I think he was Zach Clark. He was the crime scene photos at the time. I knew him from past crashes. He just said this is the vehicle, and I think he kind of gave me a little bit of a lowdown on what the vehicle was.
Okay.
So
my question is this: when you got that, did you call it a lowdown? He gave you the lowdown?
He gave me information. Yes.
Right. When you got the lowdown, you were told Boston police officer was involved. The vehicle pedestrian incident, car was going in reverse, and ultimately led to the death of the pedestrian. Struck the pedestrian in reverse, correct?
Correct.
All right. And you were assigned specifically to try to reconstruct that incident.
Yes.
Good job, Trooper.
Have you ever heard
Good
of
job.
the phrase confirmation bias?
I know the phrase. Yes.
You know what it means?
I can't definitely say what it means.
Developing a conclusion and then trying to find evidence to fit that conclusion. Does that sound right?
If you say so.
Not fully.
You noted in your direct examination that there were scratches on the passenger side rear bumper of the Lexus, correct?
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
I like his explanation for this too.
How exactly were you able to scientifically determine that any of those scratches were from an incident on January 29th, 2022, as opposed to any other time?
I didn't have anything else on the time. Is that those scratches happened prior to this collision?
I'm sorry.
I didn't have any information that those scratches were caused from a prior collision. And so when
you just
when I
assumed
looked at
that
the
those
evidence,
scratches, you assumed that those scratches were caused from the collision. So isn't that part of your analysis to have a look at the scratches? Is there any rust around the edges? Maybe that could have that could have noted that it had happened prior to that incident. Perhaps observation. It's a powerful thing.
And I knew it was in the
Do as I say,
that
not as
same
I
area,
do.
the right rear tail light. So when I looked at it, it didn't quite fit the pedestrian thing. So when you showed me the video, or I saw the video like a year ago on Court TV, I said that could be.
When I saw the
You
video
asked the
a
question,
year
so
ago,
next, keep
on
going.
Court TV.
He's answering. Next
trying to-
question. Then
You guys
go
how
ahead.
scientifically
Hold on.
thought the scratches were.
Hold on. Ask
Sorry.
a question, Mr. Jackson.
You know what normal wear and tear on a vehicle is, right?
Yes,
Bumpers get scratched myriad ways, correct?
correct.
Get scratched in a grocery store parking lot, right?
Yes,
Shopping cart can bounce off the back of the car and scratch the bumper, scratch the side of the car, quarter panel or something, right?
sure.
I mean, I don't want to go through it, but there's thousands and thousands and thousands of ways that a car can get a scratch, correct?
Correct.
My question is, do you, as you sit here, do you have any scientific evidence that those scratches occurred on January 29th at approximately 12:45 a.m.?
What do you mean by scientific evidence?
Do you have any evidence whatsoever that you can point to that those scratches occurred on that date and at that time rather than any other time in the history of that vehicle?
Like I said earlier, the video seems to appear that's what it looks like that could have been from.
Well, you said on Friday, let's talk about those scratches for a second.
Okay.
When you testified Friday, you were pretty clear. You said that, if I can find it exactly.
Didn't he say it was his hand? Didn't he say his hand flew back and hit it and would have caused the scratches? I thought that's what he... He's not very comfortable, is he?
Just a moment, Your Honor.
Sure.
He really has soiled himself, I think. Hope he's got whiskey in that thermos.
You said, quote, the dent and scratches for his hand could be those that are consistent with striking the Lexus.
Yeah.
Remember saying that?
Because the back of your hand is going to cause scratches in a paint job. That's where the bruises were on John's hand. The back of it. Anyway, I don't think I can listen to much more of Toss Pot here, so I'll just forward a little bit there.
I guess.
For my sanity. We've got a lot to get through today. Come on. Spit it out.
You stated in your report that you Google mapped Miss Reed's path of travel. Well, let me ask you a different question. If I could withdraw that question with court permission.
Yes.
Your diagram has all those arrows pointing at specific locations. Very, very specific, very thin arrows point, correct?
Yes.
If you start off with an incorrect assumption about where John O'Keefe's body was, right? Hypothetically, if you were to start off with an incorrect assumption where John O'Keefe's body was, every single item that you note on that diagram would then be off as well, wouldn't it?
Objection.
Is that true?
I mean, I guess hypothetically, depends on how off you want to be.
The answer is yes.
A little bit off, a lot
Hypothetically.
off, hugely off.
You stated in your report that you Google mapped Miss Reed's path of travel on January 29th based on what you determined to be, quote, it's likely the two, and you said that it's, quote, it's likely that the two events, meaning the triggering events, occurred at the same time the Lexus was at 34 Fairview at the time of the collision, correct?
Yes.
The first triggering event is what? Was it a 3-point turn or a U-turn? I thought I heard you say both.
I guess it would be more, 3-point turns. Essentially, I guess it's a 3-point turn.
Okay.
Yes.
So, all right.
Did you
Their new theory is this 3-point turn. How do you accelerate to 24 miles per hour in reverse whilst performing said 3-point turn?
A U-turn on Friday. I could have sworn I heard that.
It could have been a U-turn. I mean, it's still turning around. So you had to make a U-turn when it's a 3-point turn or not, but it's still.
Okay, but I mean, not to be picky, but it's sort of my job.
Okay.
A U-turn is traveling in one direction. Turning, right? Turning the wheel. never changing gear, since it's reverse or anything, just turn it, right? A 3-point turn requires
No, I
forward,
muted it.
stopping, changing gears, moving backward, stopping, changing gears, using a steering input, and then moving off, correct?
Correct.
Well, those are two very different maneuvers, right? You'd agree.
It's in a sense, I was trying to say she made a U-turn. Like you can say they made a U-turn. It's a 3-point turn. They're still making a U-turn, and I didn't mean it as like she literally had to make a direct U-turn. She was turning around, and obviously the diagram or the trigger shows a 3-point turn.
Well, I mean, I guess you could have said reversing direction, right?
That could have been a better way to say it. Yes.
You didn't say that. You said U-turn. So are you changing your testimony from Friday that it was a 3-point turn, or could it possibly have been a U-turn?
It's a 3-point turn.
Okay.
I don't know.
Because
You're
you have
confusing me
evidence.
now because when Lally rang me on Saturday, he told me to say this, and now I can't do it. I forgot what he said, and oh crap, you're scaring me.
We're talking about the same thing. It's an ignition on, ignition off cycle.
Yeah.
Doesn't have to be on.
Okay.
Keep going.
Testified to it on direct examination on Friday and again this morning.
Yes, correct.
If your testing occurred at key cycle 11
In Australia,
you turn
the term U-turn, the letter U is replaced with the letters EWE.
engine on,
Bit
ignition
of
on
pointless information.
to start your testing, correct?
Correct.
And that triggering event that we see up there at 1164 initiated your testing. Is that right?
Yes.
All right. So that 1164 is where that's where there's no more unknowns, in other words. Right? You know exactly where the car is, who's in the car, who turned the car on, and what the triggering events were and what they reflected, because you did it, correct?
Correct.
It's you.
Yes.
So that would be the cornerstone, basically, of your entire analysis of key cycles.
Say again.
The cornerstone. In other words, the one known that is immovable, it's immutable, is 1164 began
constant.
Your testing. Is that right?
Objection.
Is that right?
Is
I'm
he?
gonna allow the question.
Does that mean that he's insinuating that the only constant and the only constant and accurate thing in his entire chart is the time? Because that's what I'm getting from that.
Yeah, that's when the car was in state custody.
All right. So starting at 1164 and counting backward, before you started your testing, you know that the SUV had to be started, the ignition had to be turned over, and it was driven to the Sally Port in Canton at 5:31 p.m. from a tow truck on January 29th, correct?
I didn't know that.
You did or did not?
Did not know that.
Okay. Assuming that the car had to be started and put on a tow truck, that would be key cycle what?
I don't know how. I can't speak to the fact that recorded a key cycle at that time.
I can't hear you.
I can't speak to the fact that we would record a key cycle at that time.
Okay. If the car was turned on and driven onto a tow truck, would that be a key cycle?
I don't know because these keys record different ways, so I can't speak to how or why it did not record on there. All I can speak to is that those are the key cycles. The odometer mileage is more what I was going after on this whole thing.
Trooper Paul, you just said unequivocally, when a car is turned on and then turned off, there's a key cycle.
I said when the car without the ignition on, that's a key cycle.
Right.
That's correct.
That's what I mean, when it's turned on, when the engine turns on.
That's the definition of what it is. I can't speak to why it didn't go on.
Wait,
why it
you
did not
have to
record.
turn it on to drive it up the tow truck, you dickhead. Do you not turn the key to do that?
Let's talk about the ignition cycles.
Okay.
Before
All right,
1164.
let's skip.
Okay?
Okay.
Let's not talk about them.
Obviously.
Jody's going to need his Xanax in a minute.
I said it's from upper part of the arm down. Yeah.
The elbow and the biceps.
Yeah.
How far John O'Keefe's body would move.
You think?
You personally
Yeah.
figured out that he would have flown now somewhat, or been projected somewhat 30 feet.
Objection.
Is that right?
Sustained.
Are
No,
you
it was
saying
brought
that
up
the
in chat.
principles of physics are incapable of determining
No.
proper calculations how far John O'Keefe's body would have moved given the collision at issue?
Objection.
Is that what you're saying, Trooper?
No.
Next question.
You just said because it was a sideswipe, all these calculations, these physics calculations are inapplicable, right?
I'm saying it would underestimate the speed and the distance.
The truth is, Trooper Paul, you have no idea what all these physics calculations mean.
No, you don't.
Sustained.
You've not been
Oh,
trained.
come on.
Formally, have you?
Yes.
You have been.
It's incorporated into the classes.
Right. You have
Yeah, I
some
took a
classes.
class.
You use the word physics, but you haven't been formally trained in physics, have you?
Objection.
Sustained.
You haven't been formally trained in kinematics, correct?
It's in the aspects of all our crash reconstruction classes.
You haven't been formally trained and hold no degrees in biomechanics, do you?
I do not have a degree in biomechanics.
In fact, basically what you did in this case was calculated emission cycles. And you even got those wrong, right?
Objection.
Sustained. Come on, Mr. Jackson. Ask the appropriate part of the question, you'll get it.
I don't think you will, Bev. I'm sorry. I object to that one.
Let me ask you this. Based on your reconstruction, nearly 2-year investigation, exactly how was that taillight shattered? Explain it to us.
How does the taillight? What do you mean?
How does the taillight
So the
shatter?
taillight in this case was shattered when it was struck John O'Keefe's arm.
Exactly what part of his arm?
Based on what I saw for his injuries, was from the upper part of his arm down.
Did he break his arm?
Was his arm out? And it just struck the arm like a hinge? Was it in front of him? You did the reconstruction?
It looked-
Here's exactly how his body was positioned when he was struck by that.
So it looks like his arm was more kind of like this. If I can try to get that.
You're indicating out by his side, correct?
Yes.
I think my
And the
reconstruction
taillight
yesterday was
struck his arm,
way better than that.
right?
Yes.
Not his torso.
Yes.
Okay. So the full mass, the full weight of that truck hit him basically at the elbow. Is that right?
No.
Missing his
No.
torso.
I said it. Yeah, from upper part of the arm
Right.
down.
The
Yeah.
elbow and the biceps.
I didn't see anything that shows an indication that this lower torso was struck, but
Okay. So his torso,
it's not saying it could not have been a possibility, but I just didn't see anything.
So his torso was spared from being hit, but the arm took the brunt, the full force of the vehicle, correct?
Like arm and shoulder. Yes.
Okay. And you said he then did a spin, like a sort of a pirouette.
He got spun around possibly the way it struck. It looked like it could have turned around counterclockwise.
Okay. So if he turns around counterclockwise, is he turning around in the air counterclockwise?
Yes. Initially.
So he gets hit on the upper biceps, shoulder area, and down to the forearm, right?
Yes.
By an unbroken taillight, right?
Yes.
In other words, it's nice and smooth. Nothing, no shards of plastic or anything broken at the time that it made contact with his arm, right?
Correct.
Okay. So how did his arm get all cut up?
Because when his arm struck the taillight then cracked. And as the car driving past him, the taillight could scratch it.
Got it. So he gets hit by the car, not his torso, just the arm. The taillight cracks. And as it passes by, his arm stays with it long enough to get striations, those scratches that we see, those lacerations, those abrasions that we see, right?
Yeah, and how many of them were there?
And at the same time, he does a pirouette and flies 30 feet to his final point of rest.
I don't know if he did a pirouette.
Well, I'm using the word pirouette. He spun around.
He started rotating counterclockwise. I don't know how far he ran counterclockwise, but he started rotating. According to that, would push him to rotate counterclockwise. Whether or not he went counterclockwise all the way to his back toward the ground, it seems like a most likely possibility.
Did you account for the fact that his arm is on a hinge?
Is what? Say again.
Did you account for the fact in this scenario that you just told the jurors that his arm is on a hinge?
On a
It's called
hinge.
Shoulder.
Okay.
Right? So
Mm-hmm.
the arm got hit, and his arm just.
And a phone.
I said arm and shoulder area, so his arm could have been considered part of it.
Even if his shoulder got the upper,
Okay.
you're pointing to his upper biceps.
Mhm.
Right? There's no injuries on his shoulder, not a single one,
No.
not even a bruise.
Or his abdomen.
Like I said, it looked like to me it was from up here. I don't know how far I can.
Let me see if I can show this. Where is it? My picture. Will it stop? Yeah, there. Stop. No, it won't stop. Stupid thing. But that's that position. If I'll start it again, if you have a look at the car with the two black figures, that is the position that it would have to hit John for that injury to the back of his head to occur.
Up back here,
this-
but it was up here.
If the car backed into his arm would hit his abdomen. It would be pushed onto his abdomen and cause some type of damage there. It just doesn't make any sense. Nothing.
On his arm.
Yes.
That's limited to about mid biceps, to about mid forearm, correct?
Okay.
Right?
Yes.
No injuries on the shoulder. No injuries on the torso. No injuries on the ribs. No injuries on the back, correct?
Not on the legs,
Right?
knees,
Yes.
ankles,
So your
feet.
theory is you got hit on the arm, took the brunt of the force from the taillight on the arm, stayed with the vehicle long enough for the
For it to
taillight to
scratch 12
explode,
times.
basically to shatter. Then these striations get on his arm, abrasions. Does a pirouette, spin counterclockwise, he flies 30 feet in the air to his point of rest.
Yeah, it happened probably a little faster than that though.
Actually said he hit his head on the curb.
I said that's one of the possibilities of when you look at the roadway as he gets spun around kind of clockwise. It's a possibility that the curb is there, any blunt force object on the ground, as the ground is pretty blunt.
Well, except
The ground
in
is pretty
scenario that
blunt.
You just told us he flew through the air onto the light dusting of snow.
The ground is pretty blunt.
Dear sweet baby Jesus, please don't ever let me get hit by a car in the state of Massachusetts where any Massachusetts State Police expert is going to reconstruct the accident. Please. Thank you, Jesus. Amen.
Grass and dirt.
I didn't say through the air.
Say that again.
I didn't say he got thrown through the air.
Okay, I'll use your word. You got projected.
Projected doesn't mean it's not incorporating just throw. Project just means you get pushed forward. There's two parts of that. There's the air, then there's the ground. Like I said earlier,
prove
the
any of that.
tumbling, the rolling, whatever.
There's no
that
evidence of that.
Part of the crash would happen. Projecting
You're
is just
making
what
it
we
up.
call what happens to a pedestrian post impact with a crash.
Okay, so a couple questions.
All right. Let's get to
If his
a credible witness, shall we?
elbow-
Righto.
Nothing but the truth to help
Now,
you back.
This lovely young gentleman, Ian Whiffen. He is the downloading decoding manager for Celebrate, who I was speaking to you about at the start. Very interesting testimony, easy to understand, credible, explains everything really, really well. So basically, he's involved more with the programming of the Celebrate tool that they like. So the actual program that Celebrate uses to do the forensic extraction on phones. So he's involved in making sure that that program keeps up to date with all of the advances in technology as they occur. So, as you know, every year Apple brings out a new iPhone. The technology changes, the iOS changes. So, as part of his job, he needs to make sure that their extraction techniques take into account any alterations. Now, apparently Apple, from the iPhone 12, because of all the issues currently with privacy and confidentiality, they developed a new way of saving or not saving metadata for privacy issues. And it's called, what is it? It's called a permanent delete function. And it is inbuilt into the iOS, and it is active as part of a standard phone. It's in the background, part of your standard phone operating system. Now, whilst this gentleman is extremely educated and knowledgeable in the program writing and the and that section of it, the other lady, Jessica Hyde, she was experienced in more the reporting and analysis and interpreting the reports generated from that tool. So the tool that is used for the forensic extraction. Now, apparently, it's my understanding what's happened is that when Jen McCabe's phone was first forensically, when they first downloaded all the data, the metadata from her phone, it was done using the Celebrite extraction program that hadn't updated or hadn't evolved to incorporate accessing those files that were within the permanent delete function that Apple had created and modified in their operating system. Does that make sense? So it didn't detect them. Then when the defense extracted them 12 months down the track or however long it was, that technology had evolved. So the program that they used was more up to date, and it was able to access the metadata that was written and saved in a different place, because that's what Apple had done as part of their permanent delete function. That's why everyone's saying no, it couldn't have been done then, because it was saved as a wall data or a wall something or other. But it actually does save it in a different place because it wasn't meant to be found, because that was the whole objective of Apple. But Celebrite then had to get around that and evolve with the times, obviously, so that they could actually extract the correct data from the phones. So when the defense got their Celebrite reports, it had the data that was found, the metadata that was found, because they had the right, they had the up-to-date programming material to do so. Does that make sense? It took them, once Apple came out with the technology, it took them some time to be able to counteract that and address it. So that's why Jen's phone didn't show up all that stuff. But I'll show you a video in a second. Brandy Churchwell, the 13th juror, you need to get over there if you haven't seen her. She is amazing. She has followed this case right from the very start, like 2 years ago. And she not only is a YouTube creator and is following this trial, but she also does a podcast on it, and it's called The Conspiracy in Canton. And fantastic. If you can get a chance to listen to it, she's amazing. But because there is so much contention over this issue with regards to the data and the phones, she decided that she was going to take it into her own hands. Where did I write it? Here somewhere. Jodie, you really need to highlight things when you're writing notes so that you can find them way more easily when you're looking for them live on stream. Okay, so yeah, she actually hired her own software developer. Sorry, she hired her own software developer who had no. They were impartial. Okay, they didn't have a side, and she got them to analyze and gave them all the information and told them to explain it to her like she was a 5-year-old. So that's what he came up with. So what I might do, before I play him, let's remove him and let's go and have a look at what Brandy has to say about this, because it makes you understand exactly why there is such a discrepancy here. Here we go. Hi, Brandy.
To create
She's so cute.
doors into their phones. In fact, they actually, as they fought it out in these secret U.S. courts, their software developers, attorneys, and court data experts, and it seems that most people tend to agree with whichever explanation suits the theory of their chosen side. So I decided to go straight to a software developer and programmer who doesn't care anything about sides or who's right or wrong, and ask him to explain it to me like I'm 5 years old. So I took his explanation and the explanations from the attorneys and court documents, and I kind of put it all together so that you can decide for yourself what you believe. So the controversy really started because the 2:27 a.m. search didn't show up when the state used Celebrite to image and download the contents of Jen McCabe's phone. But it was found by the defense when they used an updated version of Celebrite about a year later. So the search itself wasn't found on the iPhone's SQLite database, which is what stores all of the history information. Instead, it was found in a deleted WAL file that was retrieved from the iPhone's Apple file system, which is basically a proprietary file system developed by Apple. So the discovery was due to the fact that Celebrite only recently started attempting to recover such files for the purposes of their forensic analyses. Now, the state's expert, Jessica Hyde, she's not disputing that the search exists in this file. Rather, she's saying that she doesn't know why it's there, stating, quote, a definitive
So she doesn't understand why it's saved in the wrong file. So her understanding of the programming alterations with Apple and the updated formatting of the program to access that data, that the process involved with that and its existence. So she's only able to analyze what is put in front of her and what she knows to be true. So the report that she was given was done using outdated analysis, outdated programming material, basically.
Reason as to why the timestamp is listing the time of 2:27:40 is unknown, end quote. And she goes on to say that the other timestamps, based on testing and artifact knowledge, are more accurate in observing the time searched. Now, it's important to keep in mind that this artifact knowledge that she's using as her basis for her conclusion is limited to just what she knows and understands from her experience and training. But like I mentioned, this technology that now allows for Celebrite to extract this information is all new. So her knowledge and understanding of how to interpret it would logically be the reason that she says that it's unknown. So in order to understand it, we have to first kind of understand a little bit of background. So Celebrite is an Israeli company that's infamous in the security and free from government overreach portion of the internet. Now, if you watch trials or you've done any kind of research on phone privacy, then you probably already know that Apple has been kind of at like the forefront of protecting its users' safety and privacy. So much so that unlike any of the other big tech companies, they've gone toe to toe with the FBI over the past decade plus and have steadfastly refused to give in to FBI demands to create back doors into their phones. In fact, they actually, as they fought it out in these secret US courts, their software developers began enhancing their security so much that it became impossible for FBI to access iPhone data. So after pushing this time and time again and claiming, terrorists would win unless they got their way, they ended up being contacted by this company called Cellebrite, which is essentially a firm that was able to hack into the iPhone and access the data that the FBI couldn't. Now, Cellebrite has been playing sort of a cat and mouse game with Apple ever since, but they're able to provide a forensic analysis and imaging for iPhones where access has been granted by the user. It basically involves just a big dumping out of the entire file system contents and then kind of going from there. So Cellebrite is a name that we hear often in trials because they have become the gold standard in iPhone forensic analysis and are used now by pretty much all of the federal government agencies as well as law enforcement agencies all over the country. This is important because when Cellebrite delivers a report that says a file is found or data exists, law enforcement trusts this to be true without fail, and for good reason. Like I said, gold standard. But here's the deal. Cellebrite experts and developers are obviously crazy smart. The newest one that the prosecution has brought in, Ian Whiffen, is said by Lally to have created software that all of these experts are using now. Now, we'll get into more of this in just a minute, but it's important to keep in mind that creating the software for Cellebrite to extract this information doesn't necessarily mean that you are going to be able to be an expert in how to interpret or read the data. Because remember, Cellebrite takes all that info and basically dumps it out to go from there. So figuring out how to find it doesn't necessarily mean that you automatically know how to interpret or read it. So in order to understand the data itself, it requires expertise from a software developer or programmer that is familiar with the actual data and how it's coded. So that brings us to the embedded data system that is used by iPhone, known as SQLite. Now, when you see this written in reports, it's written like SQLite. And according to this software developer, this is the part that makes the timestamp for this search irrefutable. SQLite has been around for more than 20 years. It's a rock solid database that's used in every iPhone, Android, smart TV, smartwatch, router, you name it. It's installed on like tens of billions of devices worldwide. Now, the wide adoption over the past couple of decades has turned it into an extremely mature, well-tested database. A while back, SQLite implemented a write-ahead log, or WAL, W-A-L, which is a crash recovery mechanism, and it's kind of at the heart of this specific piece of evidence. So before the implementation of the write-ahead log, you had one single file that represented a database. Now, if you wanted to insert, let's say, a new search entry, the program would have to lock the file so that no other application could use it, insert the data into the file, and then release the lock. If you have multiple applications trying to access the same file, then it creates a bottleneck and it can have an impact on efficiency of the device that you're using. So simple terms, slows things down. So the WAL, or write-ahead log, was implemented to kind of alleviate that bottleneck and improve efficiency. Basically, instead of blocking access to the DB file, a second file is created that stores the recent inserts. And the code is written so that there are what they call checkpoints, where all of the newly entered data is put back into the main DB file and the WAL file is deleted. Okay, so I'm no programmer or developer. So this to me felt kind of like a foreign language. So the best way that I could visualize it, because I'm a visual learner, is to picture how Google Sheets works when I'm working in it. So if I click on a cell and start typing, I can see everything that I'm typing in an enlarged and highlighted cell, but none of it is actually added to the actual document yet. The highlighted cell is temporarily holding all of the information that I'm typing in until I'm done with it.
Yep.
Then it will add it permanently to my Google Sheet. Now, in this analogy, hitting the enter button would be the equivalent of instigating one of these checkpoints. In SQLite, however, a command like that may trigger a checkpoint. It might, but it's not necessarily required for one, because the code is written so that by default, a checkpoint is done automatically when the wall file reaches a certain threshold size, or if it has been more than 5 minutes since the last checkpoint. Now, 5 minutes is a lot different than 4 hours, and that's important. So back to Google Sheets. This highlighted cell where I'm adding and changing these things, that's how I envision this wall file. It's just a temporary file that's holding all of these changes that will be added to the main file in the future. So these wall files have become kind of a staple of modern database architecture. And anyone who's dealt with databases extensively over the last decade or so, and we're not talking about me, we're talking about the fellow I've been talking to about this, they would have an understanding of what it is and how it works. So back to the case. The defense asked Celebrite to perform an updated analysis, and this seemingly new information appeared, including a 2:27 a.m. search from a deleted wall file. Now, the state's expert, Jessica Hyde, agrees that the file was there. She's not disputing
But
that.
she doesn't understand why it's a wall
She
file.
didn't seem to know what
Wall file.
exactly the wall file was, and she stuck to her original assessment of the searches only being done later in the morning after 6 a.m. So the state also implied at this time that because this wall file is shown as deleted and the phone user can't just randomly delete those files, that the defense's assessment must be wrong. Now, this isn't really an effective argument for the few who have a true understanding of how this works, but it could possibly be effective in casting doubt for the average person who doesn't know much about how this works. So, looking at the 2:27 a.m. search, the forensic analysis demonstrates that within the wall file, there's a record indicating that a search tab was switched at that time. So what this means is that the search for how long to die in the cold was likely entered seconds or up to 5 minutes prior to this, but no later, since the timestamp provided is clear to that point. Now, there was an additional timestamp recovered related to the basketball tab, but the forensic analysis shows that the timestamp was a number of microseconds different. So the state has attempted to use this to disprove the search, but according to the software developer, it doesn't actually disprove it at all. The iPhone would have inserted activity of both the tab she was on and the tab she was switching to, and the switch would have differed by a very minute amount, like microseconds. So, as I mentioned before, SQLite does checkpoints. These checkpoints don't happen every second, but they're also not separated by days or hours. They are defaulted to occur every 5 minutes if one hasn't already been triggered by some kind of command or the size of the file exceeding a certain point. So these checkpoints are the time when that temporary wall file is deleted and the contents that were on it are placed onto the main DB file. So this will either insert or overwrite data that's already in the file.
That's important,
So
that bit there.
Jim
It will either insert or overwrite data that's already in the file. Now that right there, after listening to that explanation of Brandy, who is amazing, explains why Jen McCabe then tried to type in the exact search entry into Google at 6:33 or 6:34 a.m. because her knowledge and understanding with family and law enforcement, she believed that that then would overwrite that data entry point. It would overwrite it because it's exact. That's why she typed it in the correct way with the incorrect spelling, because in that way it would overwrite the initial search. That, my dear, just call me Watson. Actually, no, call Brandy Watson, because she just...
McCabe performs a search.
Hey, George.
It's stored in the wall file. At some point,
why didn't that come up?
The wall file is deleted and the search
Hello?
data is placed into the main DB file. So this is the point where I have a question, because my question was, if she deletes the search for how long to die in the cold, then based on the defense's theory, she performs it hours later, realizing that someone might forensically search her phone at some point. Why would there be no trace of this search within the DB file during the first Celebrite extraction? Because after all, we've seen trials where deleted information is recovered and used against a defendant.
Yep.
So this is where that background on Apple comes in. Remember that cat and mouse game that I mentioned at the beginning, where Apple is constantly changing things around to protect their users' data and information. So starting with iOS 12, Apple started using what they call secure delete pragma, which is used to control how things are deleted from the database. So normally, deleted content like searches are just marked as unused, but they're still able to be retrieved in extractions, and they can show that they were marked to be deleted. Now, Apple, constantly wanting to outrun these programs that can hack into their information, developed this secure delete option starting with iOS 12. Now, when it's enabled, SQLite will actually go out of its way to overwrite the data with zeros or blank data, making it unable to be recovered from these extractions. And everything after iOS 12 has it automatically built in and enabled. So Jen McCabe is on an iPhone 11, and the iOS system that she was using is listed on the report as 15.2.1, meaning this secure delete option would have been built into the code for her phone. So a forensic analysis of the file itself would show nothing and look like nothing had been deleted. If Celebrite had left the software where it was a couple of years ago, and all we would have seen was that first Celebrite report where no 2:27 a.m. or deleted items occurred, we never would have known any different. Now, prior to Apple enabling this feature in SQLite, it probably would have still been useful for Celebrite to attempt to recover wall files, but it wasn't necessary, since the deleted files would still appear within the DB file anyway. They would still come up and just show as deleted. So the state's expert, Jessica Hyde, has experience interpreting reports, but not necessarily experience in the actual data recovery or understanding wall files. And that's not surprising, given, she wouldn't have even needed to understand it, since Celebrite only just started recovering those files last year. And they really only just started recovering those files because the previous iOS versions weren't securely deleting data from the DB files. So when Jen McCabe deletes her history of the search, poof, gone from the DB file. It looks like nothing was ever there. But Celebrite now goes deeper than that. Remember, cat and mouse. So they pulled the deleted files directly from the Apple file system. After the wall file was checkpointed, it was deleted automatically. But the data remained in that file system, and the wall files are not subject to that secure delete feature. So this is the way that all modern file systems apparently work. When a file is deleted, the data itself isn't removed, but rather the operating system is just informed like, hey, you can go ahead and overwrite that area of data whenever you want to. And they just kind of treat it as an empty space. Now, if you look at the device, or if you use the device long enough, the data will eventually be overwritten. But in this case, if you look at the time that they took her phone, it was only just a couple days after the search. So the file data was still intact. Now, in the most recent pre-trial hearing, we hear ADA Lally saying that the Celebrite expert, Ian Whiffen, creates the software that all of these experts are using, and that he gives his opinion that the search happened at 6:23 a.m. and 6:24 a.m. So the thing is, he doesn't say anything in the hearing about Whiffen denying that the search also happened at 2:27 a.m. And he also doesn't really give an explanation that the software that the experts are using
is
is
out of
created
date.
to grab the data and dump it, but not necessarily interpret it. So the theory that is backed by this data is this. Jen McCabe performs this search and switched the tabs. In the preceding minutes, SQLite checkpointed the data and it inserted it into the DB file. Jen maybe realized at some point that she shouldn't have left evidence like that and deletes the search, and it was gone from the permanent DB file. Given knowledge of basic law enforcement forensics, maybe she thinks I need to be able to, explain this search if it comes up later. So she searches it at the time that they find John's body and says in her statement that she searched it because Karen told her to search this. But as the programmer explained to me, the database doesn't lie. The wall file timestamp is unequivocal, and the fact that it was found within the wall file, not the DB file, not only proves that she performed the search sometime between 2:22 a.m. and 2:27 a.m., but it also proves that she deleted the search since it wasn't in the DB file at the timestamp due to the secure delete feature. So the wall is an integral part of the SQLite database, and the timestamps can't just appear in the past for such a file.
Nope.
It's not possible that the 6:23 or 6:24 a.m. search somehow bled over into this past file. It's not how it works. The sequence of events is just how the database works. There's no way to make it work otherwise. So, he says, what it comes down to is this. The search timestamp isn't about expert opinions, it's about fact. And there's no way to give an opinion on how the program works because it's all in a code that you can't really argue with, and it's not up for debate.
So there.
Does this get us any closer to justice for John O'Keefe? Let me know what you think in comments. And for
how's that
timeline,
I just thought that was one of the best explanations that you could get, because it encapsulates it all and it explains it all, and in an understandable way. She's so professional and unbiased, and yeah, she's gone above and beyond. She's like the guru of the conspiracy in Canton, I think. She's amazing. So do go and check her out. That's awesome. So I just thought it was important for you to try and understand the concept behind this next testimony, because this is what he's going to go into now. So let us go there. This is Ian Whiffen, the Ian Whiffen. Was that? Oh, really? Awesome. How did you see that? Which live? Today's? Welcome, Queen Swoop. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. If anyone ever needs any information on, or documents, or even a even a good chat, Discord, as the gavel drops, A1. And not even, I asked a question, I got an immediate response, and just so happened at the time that there wasn't anything available, and 2 days later I got a notification. They'd remembered that I'd asked and then had sent me the information because it had dropped. So head on over. I cannot recommend them more highly. And thank you. Yes, please do. Send me a link. Send me the link. I'm sitting here. Sitting here talking to my flatmate, telling him I really need to go to the loo, and I haven't put the stuff on chat on the screen. Sorry, screen share. I was too excited about Discord. Sorry, and I really need to go to the loo.
Cell
Yeah,
phone
just-
primarily to extract that data.
I'll be back.
And to allow examiners to parse and decode that data to make sense of it in a more user-friendly way so that a report can be created for investigators.
Now, sir, if I could ask you just a few questions going back to some of your educational and prior work experience starting sort of with your undergraduate work, what, if any, where did you go to school and what, if any, degree did you receive there?
Okay, I didn't get a degree. I'm originally from the UK, where I did qualifications in computing, a higher national certificate in computing, and then joined the police in 2004.
And what department was that, sir?
That was response work. So South Yorkshire Police as a response officer.
And where did you go from there?
In 2009, I immigrated to Canada, where I was able to continue policing with the Calgary Police Service, where I spent approximately 4 or 5 years, again, working patrol before moving to the digital forensics team of Calgary Police.
And with respect to moving to that digital forensics team, what, if any, specialized training did you receive in regard to that area?
So once I had made it into the digital forensics, I was sent to Ottawa for 3 weeks to do a foundational computer forensics course, covering all manner of digital forensics to begin with. Throughout my 8 years with Calgary Police, I did constant courses each year to keep information updated, including a 2-week course, again, at the Canadian Police College in Ottawa, specifically about cell phone forensics. And then also during that time, additional courses for extracting data for interpreting internet artifacts or any other kind of information found on a phone or computer.
And following that, where did you go from there?
In 2020, I left Calgary Police Service and began working at Cellbrite as the senior digital intelligence expert, where I would use my knowledge of the forensic community to assist the developers with creating and maintaining a program that examiners would want to use. And finally, about 2 years ago, I moved to the decoding product manager position.
Can you explain to the jury sort of what it is, what your role is, and what is it that you do for Cellbrite?
Yep, so right now in the position that I'm in, again, I use my knowledge of the digital forensics landscape in the community. I talk with users about their daily challenges, what applications are causing them problems, what they need to get access to, what they need to understand. And I take that information, create a priority list, and then determine with our developers what we will tackle, how we will tackle it, and how it will appear to the end user.
Now, with regard to your education in this area, what, if any, certifications do you have?
No specific certifications. I've done the Cellbrite coursework since joining Cellbrite, but other than the 3-week course in Ottawa, and then again the 2-week course in Ottawa, I don't have the SANS training or any of that kind of training certifications.
And in addition to your work with Cellbrite, what, if any, other areas of the field have you worked?
I'm sorry, could you rephrase that?
Sure. Have you given any presentations? Have you published any work in relation to this area?
Yes. So since working as an examiner, I identified that there were times that I needed to parse artifacts from applications that the main vendors didn't support. In response to that, I would do my own research. That research turned into a selection of digital forensics tools, and I created a website for myself to share that research, to share those tools with the community.
That's better.
And directly related to that, I have published articles related to accessing data on phones, related to SQL databases, related to various other artifacts, primarily locations.
Did I miss anything?
In the course of your work, have you had occasion to testify in other reports in relation to
DM you in Discord.
Yes, related to digital forensics, I've testified approximately 20 times, mainly in Canada, but also once in Michigan, once in Australia, once in the UK.
Now, as far as questions that come into your company with relation to interpretation of data, other sort of general forensic questions, what parts of the world do these questions come in from, and how widely used is your product?
So the product is used globally. There are a select number of countries that we don't export to, but generally, if a police service is interested in digital forensics, then they're using at least some of our tools. We operate an email address which is open to any user called Stumpers. And the idea is that users, if they come across an artifact that they can't explain, they can email to myself and some of my colleagues, and we can research that artifact, and we can try and give them an answer as to say why the artifact's there and how it should be interpreted.
You used the term in there as far as an artifact. If you could please explain to the jury sort of what your understanding of that term is and how it's used within your specific industry.
Yeah, so I would refer to an artifact as essentially any piece of data which I've recovered from the phone, which is of interest. It could be a web history visit. It could be a text message. It could be a photograph, any piece of information.
Now, sir, turning your attention to September of 2023, at some point in that month, were you contacted by the Norfolk District Attorney's Office and the State Police in regards to this case?
Eventually, yes. Initially, I was contacted by a member of Salvage.
And if you know, why was that initial, as far as the initial contact or initial request from Salvage, can you speak about that?
My understanding was there was an artifact found on a device, and people were looking for an explanation as to how this particular timestamp was relevant to the case.
Now, if you could explain to the jury sort of what were you provided and what were you asked to look at?
So the original question is just basically how can we explain this 227 timestamp? I spoke to my colleague and requested if he could contact the investigators and any information that they could share about where this particular timestamp was found so that I could investigate it. I was advised at that time that the case had already been uploaded to our own support network. So the full extraction of the device in question was already in Salbright's possession. And I was able to access it from there and start to examine what the issue was that was causing the confusion.
Now, with reference to this issue, can you describe to the jury, just in general terms, sort of what this issue was?
Yeah, so the issue, as I was led to believe, is there was a timestamp for a web history artifact of 2:27 and 40 seconds AM local time, which would be UTC-5, and it didn't make sense to the investigators. And the question was, is there any other interpretation for what this timestamp could mean?
And so essentially you were asked to explain the timestamp and how it came to be, correct?
Correct.
And as far as this particular issue, has this arisen in other instances? Have you been asked the same question or similar questions in regard to this type of artifact?
Yeah, several weeks later, so probably around December time last year, I was contacted by a police investigator in Austria with a very similar question, but related to obviously a different internet search. And about a week later, the defense expert in the same case also contacted me asking the same question. The defense expert in that case was able to provide the database, and I was able to provide the answer.
Now, as far as the full extraction, is that the entirety of what you looked at in this instance, or what, if anything else, were you provided with in regard to your review and your analysis in this case?
So I did work with the full extraction, but my interest was focused on just the web history artifacts.
And what, if anything, did you find with regard to the web history artifact?
So the 2:27:40 timestamp was correct insofar as that is the time that is shown within the database. It was indeed a deleted record, but the interesting thing was why the timestamp said 2:27:40. And I did some testing on this and discovered the reason why 2:27:40 was actually listed in the database, even though that's not the time, in my opinion, that the search was conducted.
And what is your opinion as to when the search was conducted?
There's plenty of other evidence on that extraction that shows what activity was occurring at 2:27:40 seconds. And there's plenty of evidence later on in the day that shows that that particular search was conducted at 6:23, I believe 51 seconds, and then a similar search at 6:24 and 18 seconds, I believe.
And before we get to that, Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Griffin, I'm showing you the document. Asking you to take a look at
Thank
that.
you.
Look up on your phone.
Yes.
Do you recognize that, sir?
I do, yes.
What do you recognize that to be?
This was the internet history, the history.db database table showing activity from the morning of the 29th of January 2022.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'll seek to introduce the witness, the next exhibit.
No objection.
Okay.
All right. Sorry, I'm back.
Yes.
Your Honor, if I may, with the court's permission-
Trying to do two things at once.
Yes.
Never works well for me.
Or may I approach this to retrieve?
Yes.
No, it's my fault.
Thank you.
Now, Mr. Whitman, do you recognize what's up on the screen now as the exhibit you have before you?
I do, yes.
And Ms. Whitman, there should be a laser pointer on the desk next to you. What I'm going to ask you to do is, if you could, using that laser pointer, explain to the jury what we're looking at in this exhibit and what, if anything, is significant to observe within this exhibit.
Okay, of course. So this was a table I created based on the data from the phone. The first column shows the local time of a record that was written to the history database. This is a database which is tracking all web pages which are loaded as you use them. The second column starts with the URL, so the Uniform Resource Locator, so what you would type in or how the browser knows which website you want to visit. The title is part of the website which is loaded. One of the top attributes of the website will load the title. Visit count relates to an internal counter within Safari, which just tracks how many times a particular website is visited in order to make suggestions to you down the road. And then finally, the last column shows the source of this information. So history.db is the name of the database. History_visits is the name of the table. And then the number is the unique identity.
Actually, George, AJ and I were having a little chat last night ourselves, and we happened to be discussing why my first YouTube username was rejected by YouTube. Let's see.
Hi, guys.
What was it called?
You got to see that name over there.
I don't know why. Sorry, AJ.
Identifier, which is assigned to that particular record in consecutive order. So every time you add a new record, that number will increase by 1.
And Mr. Whitford, probably a couple of foundational questions that I should have asked you first. My apologies.
You think?
With respect to the cell phone extraction that you were provided, that was from a individual named Jennifer McCabe. Is that correct?
That's my understanding, yes.
And fair to say you don't know Jennifer McCabe, never met her, don't know anything about her.
Correct.
And as far as a extraction is concerned, if you could please explain to the jury sort of what your understanding of that is. What is an extraction?
An extraction in this case, all of the files and folders had been extracted from the device, saved on a computer in a zip file container. So essentially in a way that is as close to the original from the device as possible.
And again, what is your title specifically with Cellbrite?
It's decoding product manager at the moment.
And so what, if any, relation does what you do have with relation to an extraction, and how that's, what's sort of the relationship between what you do and a Cellbrite extraction?
So once the extraction's been extracted and we have the zip file, then Physical Analyzer is the tool that Cellbrite creates to allow examiners to look at that extracted data in a meaningful way. And my role is somewhat shaping how examiners will see that data when they open up Physical Analyzer and look at the extracted data.
And how does your role play into that? What is it that you do that what, if any, relationship does what you do have to do with how examiners will view something from the Cellbrite tool?
Again, so after being an examiner for 10 or 11 years, I've got that kind of understanding of how examiners work. Being someone who also writes my own software and does my own research, then I can kind of cross that void that usually exists between developers and examiners and help both parties try to come to a meaningful conclusion.
Ms. Gilman, if you could shrink that just a little, or zoom out a little. Now, again, Mr. Whiffen, if you could, using that laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, of significance you've observed depicted in this particular case.
Yes, so the lower two records, which are highlighted in green, are two records which occurred at 2:27 and 42 seconds local time. So 2 seconds after the Google search had allegedly been made. And then the second record is 5 seconds after that at 2:27, 47 seconds. Both those URLs relate to a website of hokamocksports.com.
Now, if you could explain to the jury, what is a contiguous identifier?
So again, every SQLite database will assign a unique contiguous identifier number. So again, the very first record created will be given a record ID of 1. The second record will be 2, and so on and so forth. Those numbers are never reused. So if I was to delete record 3, that record number will never be reused, and I can see that there's a gap and deleted data in that database.
You used another term in there as far as the SQLite database. If you could explain to the jury what your understanding of that term is based on your training.
Yeah, a SQLite database.
I won't lie, I don't, I'm struggling working how to use it. I'm not, I know how to contact someone and ask a question, but that's about it. So I'm replying not even under my name. Sorry.
Essentially, it's a series of tables. It's a way for data to be stored, again, in a meaningful, organized fashion that can be queried, can be examined, can be filtered, searched, etc. It can be useful for anybody who wants to get data from an organized file.
Now, with reference to the searches that you observed within this particular web history, what, if any, relationship did the contiguous identifiers, sort of the range, what if anything, did that tell you?
I'm sorry, can you rephrase that?
What, if any, observations did you make as far as those contiguous identifiers in the range they had
contiguous.
In relation to the web history?
That's a big word
Okay.
for you, Lally.
So within the history.db file, there were no missing numbers from the beginning of January, essentially, until early February. That told me as an examiner that no records had been deleted during that time.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Yes.
If I could ask.
That one back.
Do
Thank you.
recognize that, sir?
I do, yes.
What do you recognize that to?
This is the browser state record, which identified a search at 2:27:40 a.m.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Almost. We have no objection.
Mm-mm. That was your Nettie for sure.
Thank you.
May I return to the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
With court permission, may we publish it to the jury?
Yes.
Counselor, directing your attention to the screen, is that what you have before you as the next exhibit?
It is, yes.
And if you could explain to the jury what we're looking at in this exhibit and what if any.
So this is the 2:27 a.m. search, yeah?
Forensic examiner would relate to.
Okay. So this is a searched item exhibit. It's technically a derivative of a different exhibit that we find on the device. So we found what we consider a web history record. So a web history record would just mean we have a URL that was visited and potentially a timestamp and a title. Searched items looks at all of the web history items that we've found and tries to identify were these actually searches that were conducted. So for example, if you were to do a search on Google, you'd see that the website that you're taken to is google.com query, and then it contains the query string that you've typed in. We extract that information, we extract that query and provide it to the user as a searched item. In this case, I can see that it came from the browser state.db WAL file. The search query itself was host long to dying cold, and it shows as a deleted record.
Now, with respect, I think you've used a couple of different terms within that as far as a knowledge C database. Can you explain to the jury what that is?
So hang on, let me get this straight. Didn't Brandy say that this is the updated data and he's the program writer to be able to extract this additional material that Apple have tried to permanently delete for privacy reasons? Why is Lally calling him to the stand? Wouldn't you think that this only proves that she did do the search at 2:27? Well, for me, it's more definitive. I'm confused now. Maybe because oh, yeah, it is getting late.
I don't recall saying knowledge C, but I can explain what knowledge C is in this case. Yes, the knowledge C database is at the heart of iOS. It stores lots of information about the activity on the device.
I do like his accent, though.
Things like when the backlight's turned on, when the device is unlocked, what application is in focus at the time and how long it's in focus for.
In focus means what's actually displayed on the screen itself.
To this case, which website's on screen at any given time as well.
Now, when you say when a website is in focus, can you expound upon that? What exactly do you mean by when you say in focus?
I beat him to the punch.
So in terms of iOS itself, when it's in focus, it would be the primary item that's visible on screen. So with iOS, you can have applications in the background that you aren't using, but the one that you are currently using is considered in focus, taking up the entire screen.
I believe you had used the term as far as a browser state DB. Is that correct?
Correct.
And can you explain to the jury what your understanding of that term is and how it relates to it?
Browser state DB is just the name of the database, the name that Apple gave it. It's gone through some changes over the last few years. For example, in iOS 14, it did store the state of the tabs that were open within a browser. In iOS 15, there was a significant change, and the only time that records were written to the database is when the tab was closed. So a significant difference in that it doesn't show you what's currently open, it only shows you what's previously been closed.
Now, this search here, what, if anything, did you observe as far as this record in relation to the history DB related to the search?
This record is not mentioned at all within the history.db database.
And what, if any, missing records from this time frame did you observe either?
There were no missing records in the history.db database. Within this time frame, within the browser state database, there were 3 deleted records.
When you say deleted records, as far as your self-rights tool is concerned, what exactly does deleted mean?
These are records that have been deleted, not necessarily by the user, potentially by the system, but they are considered deleted records that we're able to recover.
What are some of the ways that something might be deleted by the system, and which are you talking about, the phone, or are you talking about your tool?
The phone. Our tool is designed as a forensic tool. It's not going to edit, delete, or affect the data in any way, just present what is in the extraction. But there are multiple times on an iOS device or an Android device where cleanup essentially happens, and we start to lose data after a certain amount of time.
Now, with respect, let me just ask this for a moment. With respect to Cellbrite, as far as the tools, have there been a variety of different versions of those tools as far as conducting that forensic extraction?
Yes. So Cellbrite Physical Analyzer has been available for approximately 12, 13 years in various versions.
And what, if any, differences are there between, in general terms, between, say, an old version versus a newer version?
Obviously, in the digital forensics landscape, whenever a provider creates a new feature, we have to change our code to adapt to what they've now introduced. There can be research that has been done, so we now learn new things, and we add support over time. So something can be supported in this new version of Physical Analyzer that may not have been supported or even existed in a previous version.
Now, with respect to your work in this field, what, if any, tools have you designed and or created or something to conduct this type of work?
Aside from Physical Analyzer?
Yes.
Okay, so I have my own tool called Artex, which I've been working on for around 5 years. Since being an examiner myself and struggling to pass any particular application that I needed. So I started to write my own tools, and that's the one that is one that I still maintain on the side in my own time, partly for my own knowledge, but partly because I think it still introduces some fantastic features which aren't available in any other tool for research purposes. So yeah, I continue to write this tool to this day.
And could you just say the name?
Artex, A-R-T-E-X.
Thank
you. Now, with regard to the situation depicted in the exhibit up on the screen, what are some of the reasons why this may occur, or why this may read as it does?
Sorry, is it deleted?
Yes.
Oh, the record itself has been deleted. As I said, the reason why it's deleted, through my testing, I've only found 2 ways that kind of record can be deleted by the user. And I don't believe either of those ways was actually utilized on this device.
And what are those 2 ways?
The user has the option to selectively delete history items. So you can delete either one at a time, or the entire day's content, or the last 2 days' content. Or you can delete all content altogether. Now, if all content had been deleted, we wouldn't have found any information on this phone at all related to web history, so I was able to discount that one quite quickly.
And I guess alluding to what you just said, why is it that you don't believe that either of those 2 methods of user deletion occurred in this context?
Objection, may we approach, please?
I'm sorry?
I said objection, may we approach, please?
Okay.
Sounds like Unity has an issue. Sidebar. Come on.
Thank you.
That document I've just handed you, Mr. Whippen, you recognize that?
I do, yes.
And what do you recognize that?
It's a document that highlights both the search terms that were found in mobile safari.plist and the method of searching.
Hey, folks, you get your own.
Yes.
I'm all the seek to introduce the minutes of the next exhibit. No objection.
Okay.
He's got such a deep, commanding voice, doesn't he?
Thank you.
May I return to the witness? Of course, Mr. May we publish it to the jury.
Okay.
Mr. Whippen, do you recognize what's up on the screen as the next exhibit?
I do, yes.
You did use a term in there, I believe, called the P list. Is that correct?
Correct.
Can you explain to the jury what you understand that term to mean and how it relates to what you're about to talk about up on the screen?
Yes, so a P list or a property list is Apple's way of storing serialized data. That essentially means a list of data with names and values.
And sir, if you could, again, using that later.
So, hang on. So, if I read that correctly, on the 30th of January 2022, she's searched Boston Police Department, or BPD, and John O'Keefe. Is that right? I missed this bit. I must have fallen asleep while I was watching it.
Yeah, so again, this is a table I created from the data within the mobile safari.plist. The term shown down the left is what the user would have typed in to the search bar that, sorry, I keep blinding somebody. The search bar in the bottom of the Safari browser window. The UTC time is the time which is actually recorded within the plist. It's recorded as a string, so just text as it's presented on the screen there. And then I converted that and subtracted 5 hours to bring it into local time around Canton.
Now, aside from this just for a moment, with regard to, familiar with what's termed as a private browsing mode?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury what that is
private,
and how it relates?
That private browsing mode, is that like the Google incognito mode, where people aren't supposed to see if you're like browsing?
Yeah, so private browsing mode is a setting you can set on iOS devices, or primarily most devices, that prevents any of your browsing activity being recorded. So it won't save the searches, it won't save the navigations, it protects everything so that it can't be found later on.
And what, if any, relation did that have to what your analysis of the extraction in this case?
If these searches had been conducted while in private browsing mode, these searches would not exist within this file.
So is it your opinion that they were not conducted in any kind of private browsing mode?
Correct.
Yeah, because
Now,
she didn't think she
you
was
also
going to get
familiar
caught.
with the term as far as failure to load?
Yes.
And can you explain that to the jury and how that applies to this?
Yes, so obviously whenever you try to visit a web page, there's a stream of information coming from the web to the device, which then renders onto the screen. At the completion of the load event, there's a function effectively which runs, and that records the visit to the history database. If for some reason the page doesn't load and it shows up with an unable to load message, so for example, you don't have an internet connection at all, that unable to load will be recorded. If, however, the device stalls and it just sits kind of waiting to load, nothing gets written to the history database. And if you were to close the browsing window prior to the page completing its load event, nothing will be written to history.
Or would that be written to somewhere else within the phone as far as any other storage areas?
Technically, the only place I found would be the browser state.
Now, With regard to the plist files, does the plist file save all sort of history items or no?
Primarily, it's used to save preferences. So you'd have a lot of information in there if it's using light mode or dark mode, or when you want tabs to auto clear, that kind of information. But it also records several days' history of searches. The actual number of days searches, I actually don't know.
And what, if any, relationship does it have with regard to the search bar that's located on the bottom of this table?
In order for the search item to be saved to the mobile Safari plist, you need to actually type into this particular search bar. If you were to just visit google.com and start typing into the Google search bar, it will not be recorded within the mobile Safari.plist.
And so what, if anything, were you able to determine about those two searches with regards to what you observed here?
So in these particular two searches were conducted at 6:23:51 and 6:24:18 respectively. They were searched using the search bar that's built into Safari. The fact that they didn't exist within HistoryDB and that there were no deleted records from history.db leads me to believe that they never successfully loaded.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
So does that then mean if they didn't successfully load, she's typed it in and it didn't connect to the site that she was looking for, or it didn't bring up the search results, or I'm confused now. Doesn't take me much, but
That new document that I just handed you, do you recognize that?
I do, yes.
What do you recognize that to be?
This was the additional, the items from the history.db, I believe.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'll also seek to introduce and admit as the next exhibit. Objection.
Okay.
Nettie's objecting. All right. I think we might go to cross-examination because it's now 3 hours. Oh, look, there's the lunch break. So what have we got here? They're back from lunch.
Yes.
Thank you.
Publish it for the jury.
Yes.
Now, Mr. Whitman, what's up on the screen now? Is that what you have before you as Exhibit 618?
It is, yes.
And if you could, again, using the laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to what are we looking at in Exhibit 618?
Okay, so the left side of the table is the entire URL that was recovered. We can see there are records missing. Between records 4025 and 4031, we have, 4025 and 4031, we have 4026, 27, 28, 29, and 30 missing. And typically the timestamps that we do have here, some of them are separated by as little as a second or two.
Now, with reference to the how long to
There's 4 hours between 4025 and 4031.
So based on records missing from this portion of the phone as far as that database, what, if anything, did you endeavor to do with respect to ascertaining what?
So first of all, the task was to try to recover the deleted messages. The deleted history records from browser state. So first of all, was reading the deleted pages, essentially, to find the records that had been deleted from this current version of the page.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Why is Lally presenting this when it shows that it's been deleted? Is it just me? Am I the only one that's confused here? I don't understand. If he's saying that she did delete them, then
I'm showing you another document.
surely that's not in the Commonwealth's favour. I want Brandy to come back on. I'm far too technical.
And do you recognize that document, sir?
I do, yes.
What do you recognize that to be?
This is the same data source, so it's still browser state.
Last term that you use, what does that mean? I'm sorry.
So typically there can be lots of different versions of a page within a WAL file. So you may have several page 1s, several page 2s, and so on. What I looked at is doing is recovering the data where the records that I recover are different from each other. So if I recover the same record multiple times, I can ignore it. But if I recover the same record with a slight change, then I would show it in this view.
May I approach her?
Yes.
I'll seek to introduce in this minute. No objection.
So then that should contain the two different ways that she typed in how long to die in the cold or in the snow.
With court permission, may I publish that?
Understanding that correctly. Can't read that at all.
Find it helpful to direct the jury's attention to what are we looking at here and what, if anything, did you
It's raining men.
Yes. So again, the very first column on the left is the unique identifying number. You'll notice that there are some numbers here which are repeated. This is, as I said, because the records are recovered from multiple versions of the same page. There was actually 16 versions of this record across 23 different versions of this particular page. These three had some difference. Primarily, it was the what's called the tab order field, but that's the only difference that showed up across these three Host Long to Die in the Cold records. All the rest show the same URL, the same ID number at the beginning, or tab ID number, and the same timestamp.
So they're the missing.
Worth noting, there is no title shown.
Searches she deleted
in this particular record. Again, that speaks to the fact that this page didn't successfully complete loading. Otherwise, there would be a title of Google search Host Long to Die in the Cold, as you saw on some of the other examples earlier.
The fact that it didn't load still doesn't explain why you would search that, though. True?
So with respect to the table up here, is there any indication in regard to private browsing that you were talking about before?
No, in iOS 15, as I mentioned, if you are using private browsing mode, there is no records recorded in this database at all.
So the fact that that's not listed in this table, what, if anything, does that tell you?
So
everything that was
Lally's, I think Lally's point is that that she's typed that in and searched it, but she hasn't done it in incognito mode, so she wasn't really trying to hide it. Maybe. Is that the point he's trying to make? Because
recorded in this database was conducted not in private browsing mode.
Now, with respect to your work within your field, are you familiar with a term called a session?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury what you understand that term to mean and how it applies to this specific instance?
Essentially, the life of the particular tab. So when I start a tab and I start to use navigation, I go to different websites. All of my navigation events would be considered part of the same browsing session, essentially.
Now, sir, if I could turn your attention to the Knowledge C database for a moment. And again, if you could, maybe repeating just as far as, can you explain to the jury what you understand that term to mean as far as what is the Knowledge C database in respect to the other databases you've been talking about?
Yeah, so far the bulk of what we've discussed, the history.db, the browser state DB, and mobile safari.plist are all particular to the Safari application on iOS. Knowledge C is much more global. It's much more ingrained within iOS.
Skip ahead
early January, a record or more have been deleted. Records between 4004 and 4019 have been deleted. Record 4020 was deleted. And then finally, records between 4025 and 4031 had been deleted also.
which were the searches.
Now, sir, as far as records 4024 and 4025, what, if anything, were you able to ascertain as far as the dates and times associated with those?
Yeah, so these particular records show up at 227.31 and 227.33, respectively. And this matched records within Knowledge C that showed that at this particular time, when the tab took focus, that particular is in Knowledge C. And the...
Come on, let's get to Unity. They're on sidebar again. Come on.
May I approach, John?
Yes.
Yeah, so in the right column, we see the source of the information. So history.db is the database. History_visits would be the table. And then the unique identifying number of 31407 and 31408.
That's lovely.
Yes.
Oh, another one.
And sir, what's up on the screen now? Is that what you have before you as an
It's Raining Men.
Is, yeah.
Now, with respect,
caused that
Good thing
deletion
she
to
didn't search.
be wildly inaccurate.
Your Honor, this may be the appropriate time for the instruction.
Okay.
Oh,
Right,
we have an
so
instruction.
Jurors, we're about to see a demonstration by Mr. Whiffen.
Ooh.
It's simply a demonstration to help you to understand the evidence that you've heard. It's not evidence from this case, but it helps you understand the evidence in this case. You must decide this case based solely on a fair consideration of the evidence and nothing but the evidence. But this is a demonstration to help you understand that evidence.
Your Honor, our rights are preserved, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. And so to that point, Mr. Whiffen, were you able to prepare a demonstration in regard to what you've been discussing through the course of your testimony?
I was, yes.
And that demonstration doesn't specifically reflect on the searches or the extraction report that you looked at in this case, correct?
Correct.
But as far as the overall issues that you've been discussing in your testimony, correct?
That's correct.
And with court's permission, may the witness now illustrate that to the
Yes.
So first of all, on the left there, you can see a screen of an iPhone, and that is a phone that I have in front of me live. It's just demonstrating what I can see on the phone. This is my Artex tool, and the feature which I continuously use this tool for, which is not available really in any other vendor tools, is the ability to create a live connection between my computer and the phone. The live connection is what I've just started here, and what's going to happen is all of the files and folders that exist on the phone will be mapped to my computer so that I can navigate it. I can look around and I can take a look at near enough live records on the device. Prior to the availability of this tool, I would have to test a theory on a phone, do an extraction, and then pass the extraction, which could take anywhere between 20 minutes and several hours. The reason that I'm using this tool today is because I can do those same tests within 10 or 20 seconds, typically. So I just need to wait for this section to do. So it's already mapped out all of the files and folders. It's now asking for a few important pieces of information, which it will then populate on the screen. So information such as the device, serial number, etc. What we're interested in, though, is the browser state record. So I can go to the browser state database and take a look at that and open that up. And you can see that at this moment in time, I have no records in the database at all. If I go back into the live view of the phone, you can see I have Safari open from last night. So it's been sat in the background overnight and not doing anything. But at 10 past 8 last night, I performed this search in a brand new window. So started Safari, opened up a new tab, immediately searched for new tab at 2010 on the 16th of June. If I now search for the time right now, 1442, what I can do is go back to my Artex tool and press this reload button. That's going to delete the database from my computer only and copy the most recent copy of the database and WAL file from my phone back to my computer, where it shows me I still have no records. That's expected behavior because at the moment I've not closed the tab. So if this, again, was iOS 14, there would be a record there to say what tab I had open. But iOS 15 doesn't work that way. If I now go back to my tabs and actually just close this window, I can go back into Artex and hit reload again. And we now see we have some records. I can look at this particular record and you'll see the title is 1442 Google search. You'll see the Google search record here. So I just need to change the time zone as well to Eastern time. So you see it's the most recent search which I conducted, the 1442 search. The last viewed time, though, still shows as 8:10 p.m. last night, because that's the time that the tab was focused, not the time that the search was conducted.
Yeah, okay. Okay, I get that. So he's done that search last night at 8 and didn't close the tab, and it stayed open until now. And so now he's closed it. It's recorded it as the time when he opened it last night. So that then reinforces that Jenna opened that tab at 2:27 in the morning. And it didn't matter what time she closed it later on, it still recorded it at 2:27 in the morning. Because that's what he's just done. He's kept it open overnight. So it didn't matter how long he kept it open for. It recorded when it was in focus to begin with on the screen. So that reinforces that she made the search at 2:27. Does everyone...
Thank you, sir.
Do we agree?
Or
Or am I getting
Yes.
it backwards? Oh. Oh.
Thank you, sir. I have no further questions.
Okay, Ms. Tianetti?
Thank you, Your Honor.
I reckon this will be quick because what he's from what I understand,
Good afternoon, Ms. Whitman.
Good afternoon.
he's pretty much told them that she made the search at
Sir, you
2:27.
had spoken a little bit about what was your assignment here in terms of the data that was sent to you. And I believe that you testified regarding that 2:27 a.m. or 2:27 and 42nd a.m. timestamp that it didn't make sense to the investigators, correct?
Correct.
Were you told that one of the investigators was Trooper Michael Proctor?
I don't recall any names being mentioned. The ticket came to me, or the request came to me via another Cellbrite employee who'd been asked about this case and asked whether we could offer any help.
Okay, thank you. You would agree with me that when you're making or doing a simulation, you want it to be as close to an apples-to-apples comparison as you can get?
As best possible, yes.
And to get truly accurate research results, you want to eliminate as many variables as you can, correct?
Correct.
You wouldn't, for instance, want to use an Android operating system to try to replicate the activity from Jennifer McCabe's Apple iPhone, correct?
Correct.
What version of iOS did you use for your testing of Jennifer McCabe's data?
So this test has been undertaken on various different versions of iOS, from iOS 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, and
Right.
most recently on the beta version.
So remember that Apple instigated this new change for the permanent delete function from iOS 12 onwards. So that is a feature built in to the phone from 12, Apple iPhone 12 iOS onwards.
Version of 18 last week. This particular demonstration
So they
was
should
on
get the same results, what I'm saying.
15.8.2.
Okay. And you're aware, and you said 15.8.2.
Correct. I've also tested on 15.7.
Oh, fair enough. You're aware, however, that Ms. McCabe was using iOS version 15.2.1, correct?
Correct.
And you would agree that the way that an artifact is stored would depend on the iOS version that you use, correct?
Correct.
And your simulation did not use the iOS version that Ms. McCabe was running on her iPhone, correct?
Correct. I used the closest version I could find.
So I'd like to ask you some questions about the characteristics of browser state.db-wall in record number 4028.
Okay.
That record number, I believe you testified, was found to be deleted, correct?
Correct.
But you were able to recover the date and time associated with it, correct?
The date and time of the last viewed?
Of that record number.
Yes.
And what was that date and time?
2:27 and 40 seconds AM.
You were also able to recover the content of that particular Google search itself?
I was able to recover the URL for it, yes.
Okay, and what was that Google search?
Hostlong to die in the cold.
And it's true, however, that the session history could not be recovered, correct?
That's correct.
Now, given those characteristics that you've just discussed, did your testing result in a WAL file record, a WAL file record, that matched the characteristics of 4028? In other words, deleted with session history not recoverable?
The issue with the session history, I was able to recover only the first page of session history. What happens is when there's a large amount of data that's split over multiple pages, if it's a live record, all those pages point to each other so that you can chain it together and get one large amount of information. Once they've been deleted, some of those pages can be overwritten and therefore the pointers don't make sense anymore. So the amount of information in this session was way larger than one page, and I wasn't able to recover anything further.
Okay, and you'd agree that the simulation was done using a different operating system, correct?
Correct.
Were you able to recreate the other deletions that appeared before and after that record 4028?
Which deletion, sorry?
Well, you had testified, and I believe there was an exhibit that was introduced that showed that there were multiple deletions both before and after, correct?
Correct.
Were you able to recreate those deletions?
When I manually deleted records from the history, then the records also were deleted from the browser state.
Now, I believe that you testified, and if you didn't, I believe it's in your report, that there are essentially 5 mechanisms for record deletions in the browser state database, correct?
Correct.
You ruled out 4 of them pretty quickly, correct?
Correct.
And I believe you've testified to that today, correct?
Correct.
The only remaining option was selective deletion by a user, or there's some internal mechanism for record deletion that is not fully understood, correct?
Correct.
All right. And you know of, as you testified today, you know of no internal mechanism for record deletion that's not fully understood, correct?
I've not been able to replicate that function, no.
All right. If there is no unknown internal mechanism for record deletion that's not fully understood, that would leave selective deletion by a user, correct?
Not in this case, no.
All right. Well, selective deletion, you would agree, means that a user selects what to delete, correct?
Correct.
And regarding the user, the term user, what is that? Who is that?
Whoever's using the phone at the time.
Okay, so it's actually somebody who is using the actual iPhone itself, correct?
Correct.
Not necessarily a computer expert, correct?
Correct.
Would you agree with me that somebody who had access to the data before it was extracted and sent to you could have made selective deletions of the data?
Jackson.
I'll allow that.
No, I don't.
Are you aware of an app called MySQL?
Yes.
What is MySQL?
MySQL is just a method for viewing SQLite databases.
All right. If someone had access to the raw data, again, before it was sent to you, and used that app, they could make selective deletions of the data, couldn't they?
I assume you're talking about opening up the extraction, taking out the particular file and editing it?
I'm sorry, I interrupted you. You're right, Your Honor. I apologize. And I apologize to you. If you could restate your question or answer or give me your full answer.
Okay. So it would be possible with the extraction to take out particular databases, alter them, and put them back into the extraction. But there's something called a hash mechanism that we have in place that would it essentially hashes the original data, and then it can be hashed again at a later date. It results in a long string of characters, and if there's any changes to the original data, then we'd see that it's been modified.
Would you agree with me that someone with access to that data and an appropriate application or program could also delete and renumber history.db and knowledge.cso so that it would appear as though there was no break in the numbering, so that it would also appear that nothing was deleted?
It's potentially possible, but would require a large amount of knowledge and skill to do in a way that can't be detected.
Thank you very much, sir.
Mr. Lally?
Any discrepancy between the iOS version in Ms. McCabe's phone and the iOS version in the demonstration that you did? What, if any, impact does that have on what you showed this jury?
So in this particular case, every iOS version that I tested, as I mentioned, from 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, the timestamp is always referring to the time that the tab took focus. So even though there are some differences with when the record's created, the meaning behind that timestamp has been consistent.
Now, what you were asking about what you were asked about in regard to selective deletion, you indicated that there's no evidence of that in this case. Is that correct?
Correct. Selective deletion would require that the record existed in the history database in order to be selected to be deleted. The fact that there's no missing records indicates it was never written into that database and therefore could not have been selectively deleted.
Now, the hash mechanism that you testified as far as detecting whether or not someone had surreptitiously gone in and deleted things, did you see any evidence of that in your review of the extraction of Mr. Cave's phone?
I didn't have access to the hash information to see whether any changes had been made. That's something that the original examiner would have had access to. From my point of view, there was nothing in there that would indicate that tampering had occurred. The timestamps all made sense for the files. The historical pages all made sense. So it's probably possible, but it would take a large amount of skill to do.
Now, with regard to your analysis and your testing in this case, again, what is your opinion or conclusion as to when these two Google searches were conducted?
I'm of no doubt that the only time those two searches were conducted was at 6:23 and 6:24 on the morning of the 29th.
Thank you, sir.
Really?
Further on.
Prior to today, have you ever heard of spontaneous deletion?
It's not a term that I'm familiar with.
Thank you.
All right, sir.
Obviously, that's something that that must be something that their Celebrite expert will mention when they take the stand, I assume. But I must have really got that ass about, because the way that he explained that and showed that demonstration to me meant that it recorded the time that you typed it in and the page was in focus on your screen. And it didn't matter what time you deleted, like logged out of that tab or swiped up or whatever what you do, it still documented that initial focus time as the search time, which was 2:27. And he showed the charts that had, the deleted messages, the deleted searches and stuff. So I'm really, really, really confused now. But we shall soldier on, I suppose. We'll wait and see what happens with the defence's experts, which is apparently happening as we speak. Today, Tuesday, I think is dedicated to Voir Dire for the expert witnesses that the defense wants to testify from, I think, the grand jury. So, yeah, day 27 is Voir Dire. Wednesday apparently is a holiday over there in Canton. So there is no court Wednesday. So the jurors have been requested to come back on Thursday and Friday. So back in court for witness testimony Thursday. But day 27 today is, the Voir Dire. So the next witness that takes the stand, and the last one for today, is Trooper Nicholas Guarano from the Massachusetts State Police. He is witness number 66 for the Commonwealth, and basically he is responsible for extracting the data from the car. So all they call it the infotaining system. So it's all the dash stuff and your reverse camera and all that sort of stuff. So apparently he removed this said infotaining system and took it to the Norfolk District Attorney's office for the extraction of the data. Now, according to this expert, due to the later model of LX570 that Karen Reeder owned, the software that decoded said extraction wasn't supported to analyze or interpret or read this data, even when it was extracted. And I think that goes back to the technology aspects where the extraction tool hasn't kept up with the technology process, like with the Apple, as I explained, from the 12 onwards, they upgraded it so they could access and go deeper for this data. So he basically goes on to say that he attempted to contact the maker of the hardware, which is Burla Hardware, to try and get some software that was compatible. Let's get this off the screen, shall we? He, for over 12 months, tried to get hold of this company to obtain the appropriate supported software so that they could access and read, interpret, and analyze the data. And they were unable to do so. So, what they end up doing is apparently the last resort that you would do when you're trying to extract data. And that's called a chip off, because apparently you actually have to physically remove the chip from the motherboard, which in turn completely destroys the motherboard. So after, I think, about 18 months, they actually did this chip off to do the extraction of her data. But wouldn't you know it, the reverse camera wasn't working. Really? Really? Come on. This can't all be coincidence. Surely. And this gentleman, the next witness, also was responsible for extracting the data from John's phone, John's laptop, and his all-in-one desktop, Karen's phone, Jen McCabe's phone, Kerry Roberts, and he also reviewed the limited text stream screenshots that Brian Higgins provided. And the forensic tool that he uses to do that is called Axum. And so basically, the main thing that he wanted to look at on John's laptops was for details and evidence of other people accessing the Ring camera, and either deleting video files or footage, or just the fact, or tampering with it anyway, at the very least, which he found no evidence of. He's apparently the only device that was able to access the Ring camera itself was John's mobile phone. So that's good. That solves that problem. And they apparently got a lot of GPS location data extracted from John's phone. They haven't gone through that yet. They didn't get a great deal from Karen's phone, but no one's disputing where she was. She completely admits that she was at these locations. There's no disputing that. And he agreed that the information that Brian Higgins had provided was accurate as regards to the reflection in Karen's phone. So he confirmed that. And what else? He basically then went on to Karen Reid's phone and brought up Facebook Messenger messages between John and Karen the day prior to the incident. So I think this is the testimony there is basically that their relationship was a bit rocky and they were having a few issues. And so I think they're fishing for motive. So we're going to play from there where the Facebook Messenger messages, they start going from there. So 6:38. 5, 6, 7. Right. We'll go from there. So again, this is Trooper Nicholas Guarano. Oh, hello. Yeah. Absolutely. Oh, sorry. Forgot to put it on stage. I keep doing that.
And now, Trooper Guarino, do you recognize what's up on the screen as the next exhibit, sir? Ms. Gilman, I'm sorry. If you could scroll down just a little bit.
Yes.
And again, from this first page, if you could, the blue bubble is from Ms. Reed. Is that
All right.
correct?
So
Yes, that's correct.
28th of January 2022,
Yes.
starting from 9:49 a.m. in the morning. Okay. Yes, my darling, it is way past my bedtime. It's 3.5 hours of a stream, but I've just got this last little bit to may as well finish it off for the day. And then the voir dires start tomorrow, and then Wednesday's a holiday, so I can have a rest Wednesday. all good. But yes, I'm starting to fade.
And if you could, again, read from this first page as far as time, who was speaking and what is said.
At 9:49 a.m., Karen says, "You've really hurt me this time." 10:02 a.m., "I'm sorry. This is, sorry, it's kind of hard to read. I'm sorry, this has been an issue with me for 8 years. It physically hurts me to see everyone else in their life do things for them, and I'm forced to always be the bad guy." At 10:09 a.m., Karen's.
I just want everyone to remember, whilst we keep this in mind, whilst you're reading these text messages, yes, you may think that, she's being obsessive or, playing the victim or whatever you like to say. At the end of the day, it still does not prove beyond a reasonable doubt that she is guilty. So keep that in the back of your head. You need to apply the law here, and yes, it is a contributing factor. It is a mitigating factor. It can potentially show a motive, but at the end of the day, it does not explain the injuries that John sustained, nor does it explain the broken taillight or anything to do with that. So
Says, "I am not the same as everybody else. Most of the time, I try to do what is healthy/smart for them. More importantly, I try to support you and what you need. You just lashed out at me and said terrible things. I don't know how you've gotten to this point with me when I'm just trying my hardest. You made your point and continue to beat me down. I have a lot going on too. Physically, I'm falling apart and trying to get answers and help."
If I could stop you there, sir. If I could direct your attention to my apologies. Sir, if I could direct you to page 5.
Okay.
I'm sorry, bottom of page 4.
All right.
And starting with the blue bubble on the bottom of page 4, again, if you could indicate as to who's speaking, what is said, and the date and times.
Karen says to John at 1:21 p.m. on the 28th, "Maybe you can call someone."
If you could continue on and through page 5, sir.
On the 28th at 1:46 p.m., John says, "Like who?" And 1:47 p.m., "What time are you coming here?" And then there is, at 2:05, there's a message, but no content.
And the next message at 2:06, sir.
Yes, 2:06 from Karen. "I don't know what time. Feel kind of out of it. Just trying to clear my head." 2:06 p.m., John writes back, "Okay." 2:06 p.m. again. Karen says, "Text me later when you guys settle in later." Text me when you guys settle in later. John says, "Sure," at 2:06 p.m. again. Karen says at 2:16, "I feel pretty shitty about this. Feel pretty shitty about how this morning went down. I know you said sorry, but it really stung, especially when I've been trying pretty hard lately. I feel like a loser turning around, just coming back over after everything you said."
If I could ask you to continue on to page 7, sir.
Okay. At 2:17 p.m., John says, "Not sure what else you want me to do. I said I'm sorry and I was out of line. If you prefer to stay home, I totally get it." Karen replies back at 2:17, "Things in my own life have been difficult too, you know." John writes back at 2:17, "I know." At 2:25 p.m., "Tell me if you're interested in someone else. Can't think of any other reason you've been like this." From Karen.
You could continue on to page 8, sir.
At 2:25, John responds back, "Nope. Things haven't been great between us for a while. Ever consider that?" That was at 2:26. At 2:29, he writes, "Kids are here, not in the mood to talk."
And how does it fit and respond to that at the bottom of page 8?
"So you're not into it anymore. That's fine, but I don't want to keep trying, and you keep treating me like this." At 2:29 p.m.
If I could direct you to the next page, 9.
Yep. Sreed says, I'm trying to hug and kiss you this morning, and you whack me in the face with a pillow at 2:29. At 2:30, she says, last night you're basically like, yeah, what about? When we talk about the future, so why don't you just admit you're not into it so much anymore? At 2:30, oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
I said 2:30, John says, not how it went down, but okay.
Now does Ms. Reed respond to that?
So he's
Can
pretty
you please admit
dismissive,
your head
really.
is out of the game with us?
She's trying to get some reassurance, and he's giving her nothing.
Okay. At 2:32 p.m., sick of always arguing, fighting. It's been weekly for several months now. So yeah, I'm not as quick to jump back into being lovey-dovey as you, apparently. From John. And then John again at 2:32. Oh my God, stop calling.
Yeah. Apparently, where is it? She rang 18 times in that 5-hour period. 18 times. But I've been a stepmom. A step parent is bloody hard. It is really, really hard. And it's really unrewarding because you don't get, you do all the hard work as a mum, but you don't get any recognition on that part. I mean, I've got my own kids as well, so I wasn't looking for recognition, but you've sort of got to take a back seat and take a step back as a step parent almost, because you have to accept the fact that you will never be first place in front of those children in the other parent's eyes at the end of the day. And nor should you be. I mean, you could be equal, but you'll never be ahead. I could never put my children second to anybody. That, in my opinion, that's me. But yeah, so it's hard, and she hasn't got children of her own, so she doesn't understand that bond. And whilst they're not John's biological children, even more kudos to him for taking them on. It's a bloody hard job to do, and yeah, but it looks to me like they've had an argument. She's looking for some reassurance, and going back to the text that she was, the things that she was saying to Higgins, I think that she's, over the last few months, obviously felt a distance between them, and so she's reached out to someone else for some attention. Any attention when you're not feeling the love, pretty much, you look for it to get that self-assurance, that self-esteem. But what I taught my girls is that you don't look outside for your own self-worth and your own self-esteem. It comes from within. You need to trust in yourself and be strong enough. You'd never rely on anyone else to provide that for you. That's on you. You are worthy. You are good enough. There is nothing wrong with you. And if people don't accept you for who you are, then they're not worthy. Simple as that. So that's just my little thought for the day.
Okay.
With regard to...
Good morning, Lulu. Welcome. From Boston. A local.
You were also
Wacko.
able to extract a report specifically.
Explain your username, Lulu Hertz.
Calls received by Mr. O'Keefe on that date.
Yes, I was.
I mean, on that date into the next date of January 29th.
Yes.
I approach Ron.
Yes.
Anyone got any updates on what's happening with the Voir Dire? Type them in chat. Let me know what's going on. I'm missing it. Oh, your Nettie looks a bit professional with his glasses on. They certainly won't fall off the nose, though, will they? I said that out loud, didn't I? I got to stop doing that.
Okay.
You recognize that, sir?
Yes, it's John O'Keefe's call log.
And that's the entirety of the call log from January 28th into 29th. Is that correct?
Yes, from 28th at 9:19 a.m. to the 29th at 6:03 a.m.
May I approach, John?
Yes.
I'm about to seek to introduce the minutes of next exhibit. No objection. May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
We're now showing you another document. Just ask you to review that, look up when you finish. And do you recognize that, sir?
Yes, this is Karen Reed's call log from January 29th at 12:33 a.m. to January 29th at 6:03 a.m.
And those are specifically calls between the defendant and Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm about to seek to introduce the minutes of the next exhibit. No objection.
Thank you.
Now, Trooper Guarino, from the text messages that you were just testifying from, Mr. O'Keefe indicates OMG stopped calling at 2:32 p.m. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Now, from your review of those call logs, how many times did the defendant call Mr. O'Keefe on January 28th from approximately 9:19 a.m. to about 2:58 p.m.?
There's 18 calls
Really?
from 9:19.
Wow. I think there's probably going to be a lot of people that may be following in these shoes, but that's terrible, Lulu. Welcome, fellow nurse here too. Well, I haven't practiced for a little while, but yes, fellow nurse here. And there is no better life experience than nursing. I'm sorry to hear about that. I don't. Yeah. It's not looking good, is it? Not looking good down there.
Into about 2:59 p.m.
Those calls are listed within those records as various as far as rejected or missed or answered or things of that nature. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
How many of them are rejected?
11.
How many of them are missed?
4.
And how many are answered?
3.
Now, following that text message at 2:32 p.m. from Mr. O'Keefe to the defendant asking her to stop calling him, does the defendant keep calling?
Yes, she does.
And at some point, does Mr. O'Keefe call Ms. Reed back?
Yes, at about 3 p.m. on the 28th. Double check.
Thank you, sir. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Mr. Green, I can take each of the call logs. I don't want you to keep. Hold on a second.
Okay.
Now, sir, if I could turn your attention back to page 10 on the text messages with respect.
Okay, so Mr. Lally, when you put your head down and when you walk away, we can't hear you. And so there won't be a record of this. So you have to keep your voice up. Well, you just said, you just put your head down and your voice went down. So keep your voice up. It's really important you do so.
Trooper Guarino, turning your attention back to page 10 of these text messages with read from Ms. Reed's response to Mr. O'Keefe at 2:32.
Yes. So 2:32 p.m. She says, "Why would you start with me this morning?" And then followed up by 2:33. "You're setting me up to fail."
If I could turn your attention to page 11 and ask you to continue from there.
Ms. Reed says, "You start a number of fights from your end." John, and that's at 2:33. At 2:33, John writes back, "I've explained it a few times already, not doing it again."
And how does the defendant respond to that?
"So you're not into this anymore." And then John says, "Not into fighting all the time, correct?" That's at 2:34 p.m.
If I could turn your attention to the top of 12.
Yes, 2:34. Ms. Reed says, "If you tell me you're interested in someone else, you will never hear from me again. You can have all the space in the world." John writes back, but there's no content at 2:34. And then at 2:34, she says, "Then stop starting with me."
How does Mr. O'Keefe respond to that?
At 2:34, he writes back, "I'm not answering. Stop calling."
And if you could, if I could turn your attention to the top of page 13.
Ms. Reed says, "Can you please answer after how you treated me earlier?" John responds back at 2:35, "Kaylee is right here." Ms. Reed says, "You're starting a rager with me out of nowhere, and then you tell me you're sick of fighting with me."
All right, Karen,
At
give it up.
2:35. She writes at 2:38, "I'm going to grab a drink in a bit."
If I could direct you to the top of page 14, sir.
She says, "Can you answer, please?" At 2:38. He writes back at 2:39, "No, Karen, not sure why you need to announce that you're going drinking, but have fun." Karen writes back at 2:40, "Seeing if you want to meet me later. Can you please call me?" Right after that.
She's listening, not reading, I don't think, George.
John writes back at 2:40, "Have to take him to the doctor. He has practice." Ms. Reed writes back, "Yeah, 5 minutes." John writes back at 2:43, "My father just walked in." Aaron writes back, "Okay, can you please call me for 2 minutes?"
Oh.
At 2:44.
The top of page 16, sir.
2:44, John writes back, "Not right now." Karen writes back, "I'm there when anyone else needs me." At 2:44. 2:46, "Yes, John, you gave me utter grief this morning. I'd like you to call me for a minutes."
And the last one from that page, sir.
Yeah. 2:47, "I've been trying to get over the hump with is arguing,
Embarrassing. Stop it
and now
now.
you tell me you're not into things. And if you don't want to fight weekly, but fly off the handle at 8 a.m. with me, like you're setting me up to fail."
Sir, if I could draw your attention to.
She's
page
been
42.
texting him for, what, 5 hours, maybe 5.5 hours now.
And sir, if I could ask you to start reading from the top of page 42.
Yep. At 7:41 p.m., Karen writes, "Okay, let me know if you end up leaving." John writes back at 7:42, "Why? Now you're not coming?" Karen writes back, "I'm waiting for the plumber. Actually think he's in the driveway." 7:42. John says 7:43, "We're taking Mike's car, so I'm relying on you for a ride home if he leaves."
You have to elaborate more, Lulu.
Karen writes back at 7:43, "He's not going home after." John writes back at 7:43, 8 on a Friday. "He may have to get Michael."
On that note, I was in my daughter's car the other day and the windows fogged up and I was in the back seat and the window went all misty and it had all, I said, "You've had your dog in the back here, haven't you?" And they're like, "Yeah, how'd you know?" What, the nose marks looked like a snail had walked all over the window.
And "You have a plumber coming over at 8. Knowing me and Papa could have handled it. Good luck." And that was at 7:44.
Thank you, sir. If I could direct your attention to page 49.
So this is still the night before the
Okay.
28th,
If I could ask you
or the
to,
night they went
start
out.
from page 49, sir.
8:29 p.m. Yeah, but he lives right down the road. John writes back at 8:30. "Karen, this storm is going to be intense. Can't drive." 8:30, she writes back, "Okay, well, if he can't, he can't." John writes back, I'll do it Monday. Karen responds at 8:31. I better not still have this problem on Monday. John writes back, plan on being there. Karen writes back at 8:32. I'd like to know, I could take a hot shower here if I need to. John writes back, figured you'd be in Canton until Monday.
If I could direct you to the top of next page, 51.
John, I'm getting off my phone. Let me know what you're doing. Karen writes back at 8:33. I think the four of us together is toxic to this relationship. Would like to limit it. And says, you've said so yourself for probably a year now. And John writes back at 8:33. Blizzard tomorrow. Nobody is going anywhere.
Sir, if I could direct you to the top of page 52.
Okay. Karen says, maybe I'll come back late tonight. Bad snow is in the early AM. That's at 8:35. And again, 8:35. I'll head up there in a few minutes. Let me know if you leave. John replies back, sure. And then the next one's not until 12:55 in AM.
Right, so that last one there was at 8:55 p.m. And then the next interaction was Karen messaging John's phone at 12:55 a.m. on the 29th of January. So this is after she's dropped him off at 34 Fairview.
On the 29th, I'm going home.
And the I'm going home is from the defendant, 12:55 a.m. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And if I could direct your attention to the top of page 53.
Yes, 12:55 again. See you later. At 1:02, your kids are cucking alone. 1:29, 1:04 a.m. I'm back in Mansfield. The kids are home alone.
Thank you, sir. May I approach to retrieve?
Yes.
So that to me really just says, okay, so she's got a few insecurity issues. Doesn't mean she's going to murder her boyfriend. At the end of the day. Just saying. So, whilst it's not particularly favourable and slightly embarrassing on her behalf, I wouldn't. Some of those responses that John gave, there's no way I would continue the conversation. It was like, no, okay, done. But that's just me. Anyway, so that's the end of day 26. And as I said, to 27 is the Voir Dire or however you want to VD it. Which is, I think, live now. Then Wednesday is the holiday. Happy holidays. And then Thursday, the jury is back in for testimony. So we're back in court Thursday. But I will have a look at today's court and see what juicy bits I can find and present. And hopefully get back tomorrow and then have a break on Wednesday, which would be nice. But it's bloody freezing here down in Melbourne. Absolutely freezing. And I never say that. I run hot. I'm not going through menopause. No. I refuse to admit it. My blood test comes back in a couple of days to confirm. So I'd like to give a massive shout out to Discord as well. They are amazing. If you want any information, if you're researching a case or looking up information, as the gavel drops, have it's like a limitless supply of knowledge and facts and documents, and they update all of the current cases, the media stuff, document drops, court papers, you name it. They've got everything, and it's they don't charge anything. If you wanted to focus on a case that is not even in the mainstream stuff, you can often find a lot of the information and background. So they have it listed in like a thread. So you can go from the very beginning right to the current day and access all of the documents, media, correspondence, you name it. So you've got all of your facts lined up, ready to go. So it makes researching and planning for content creators particularly so much easier. They're amazing. So get over. I'll put the link back up on the screen for you. If you're interested in anything to do with true crime whatsoever, even if you're not a content creator, check them out because, the information is A1. Another big shout out also to Brandy Churchwell, 13th juror, for her amazing analysis and explanation of the Celebrite data and the data analysis and programming stuff, which made it way easier to understand, but it still left me confused once I heard the testimony from Ian Whitloff or whatever his name is. I've forgotten it now, but that's only because it's after 1 o'clock in the morning now. And thank you to the Glarer as well. He's I capture his clips because he's hysterical. I do my research of the trial watching his stream. So because he's hysterical, really, really funny. I was also oh dear. I don't understand what that means, Lulu. I'm sorry. I'm from Melbourne and I don't know what breadcrumb is, but you're more than welcome to flick me an email if you like. I'll put it in the chat for you. And you can contact me if you want to elaborate. All right. So with that, I'm going to pack up my dishes and wash my face, brush my teeth, put my nice warm comfy jammies on and go to bed. So thank you all for being here. Thank you for watching. Thank you for your comments. Thank you for being in chat. Thank you for the after crew. Thank you for your support. Thank you for everything. You've been amazing. Had a laugh. Yes, I will get some sleep. Thanks, Deb. Oh, another update whilst you're there, Deb. Spoke to Steve from Justice is a Process last night, and no, Florida Keys is not live streaming any of the hearings for Ty at all. But you can access the court minutes apparently once they've been uploaded. And he said, I think definitely going to court. Where is it? Oop, let me just check. Definitely going to court. I've lost it. There it is. So there's no stream available for the hearing yesterday or the one on the 28th. They don't participate in airing its proceedings publicly, and it's one of only 3 counties not doing so. And they don't want him to have a voice either. That's why they wanted his bond revoked. So he's going to try and get in contact with Ty himself in some way and get some updates there that way, if he can. So fingers crossed, I'll keep you updated if and when I know some more. All right. So apart from, I was going to look for the date of the trial. He did say. Looks like trial would be happening on the 6th of the 9th. You get your dates backwards. So what's that? September, 6th of September? Yes. So there's that. Oh, yes. Snap. All right, we're on it. Okay, I'm done, and I shall leave you with my tribute to John and Karen as my outro. Stay safe, stay warm, and I'll see you next time. Bye.
I plead not guilty to this deed. We were just drinking at the bar. They think I hit you with my car, though I don't really know how, without me damaging the plow. So we found you in the snow. How you got there, I don't know. Brian Albertson's the place where we found your broken face. All the witnesses at trial claim their phones can all but dial. The McCabe's say they're your friend, but the truth they surely bend. They will pull out all the stops, protecting all the crooked cops. And those cringy texts I sent to the agent that was banned were removed in single threads by machines owned by the feds. So Detective Brian's dreams were not disturbed by my shrill screams. Carrie Roberts testified, didn't fake it when she cried. Unlike Jen, who likes to mock a state of horror and of shock. It was February 22 when I last set eyes on you. Death is such a nasty thief of your life, Johnny O'Keefe.